Good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us after a week of festivities and relaxation. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. In our neck of the woods, we were done watching the sixth Sharknado together, and my goodness, that was
It was amazing.
it was amazing. I couldn't believe it. The first minute, I was just jaw dropped the entire time.
Yeah, and the moment that you saw a T-Rex get eaten by a giant shark, you knew it was going to be a good movie.
Well, the fact that you saw flying sharks with freaking fireballs coming out of their eyes.
It was
robot sharks flying around looking like they're balloons.
And an army of Tara Reeds. Oh God, it was just what was going on?
Getting thrown through time in a giant cooking pot.
Oh, every scene was just magical. We were just sitting there going, "This is insane."
Magical's not the word I would use. Another word would be retarded.
That was all. That's all. See, it's a melting pot of magic, and one of those magic things is retardation. So,
one thing that is for sure is better than Last Jedi. It was far better than Last Jedi. Far better.
It's having an extra chromosome, obviously.
I was very happy and excited with Sharknado 6.
You didn't want to do this in the beginning. You were so against it, and I didn't care. And now it's how the tables feel like they've turned.
Yeah. I actually had another stream, and what's his name who commissioned it? The Ash guy, I think Ash or something. He's saying how much to cover the other 5.
More than he could afford.
Yeah, I was like, probably somewhere in excess of $250. Probably.
Let's not give anyone any ideas, okay? Let's just stop that conversation.
I told him I couldn't promise anything, but it would be very expensive.
Like, if he does end up putting that expensive amount, I want my fucking cut if I have to do that again.
Yeah, I had to actually pay Voice in the Box to do his job, and he did a good job. He did a good job editing. And, that's what chat wanted. So it's like, fine, I will happily give the man his due for doing the work. But it was a group effort to sit through that thing and try not to run out of the room in tears half the time. So,
I did. I was loving every second.
Yeah, you were the only one who was positive throughout the entire. I don't know what happened there, but you were having a good time.
I partially it's because like I love bad movies like that, like a kid in Aladdin's palace, where like you literally get this kid drop out of the sky and he's wearing a pizza delivery apron in the middle of Agrabah or Arabia or somewhere, and he drops in front of the bad guy, and supposedly there's this prophecy about this deliverer guy that's going to come and help bring Aladdin out of his sleep by finding the genie. And he drops in front of the villain, and the villain looks at his pizza delivery chart and says, "The deliverer."
Oh, that's the magical character. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he's the Jafar type, but he's also Aladdin's brother because reasons. And somehow they wrote Rona Mitra, who I actually genuinely like, even though she's mostly in bad stuff, like The Underworld 3 and The Loft and Nip Tuck, which I don't know whether or not that's good, but that's the only other thing I know that she's in.
Okay, so we are going to be covering a video by Sheep in the Box, as we affectionately call him, Lava-chan. And
or the Rational Ram. The Rational Ram.
You know what? It's a kind of demonic looking avatar he's got going there, and I think he's trying to make fun of LiteratureDevil. I think because he's got the suit, he's got the tie, but it's really creepy. It's like, oh,
it looks like Moloch from that Sleepy Hollow TV show.
Oh dear. It's kind of like not the most pleasant thing to look at, let's just say. So we're going to get started. Before that, I'm going to read some super chats. There's only one. I don't know how to read it. It's just an animated GIF. Thank you, Non-Vitae Rex, of an alligator biting down on a 1-up power-up. I don't know how to communicate that or what you're trying to say to me, but thank you, sir, for the 1-up. It's very, very delicious. Looks very chompy. And here's one from Connor Doherty. Breakthrough Gaming is hiding his like-dislike ratio on his videos and has labeled critics as bullies. Aw, poor Breakthrough. Aw, he's 100% The Last of Us 2 channel, where he pretty much shills the entire game he's been doing for 2 years and calls everyone who disagrees with him the devil. Aw, poor him.
Also, LiteratureDevil just ran out of internet gas.
This is normal. This is totally normal behavior. Is normal. This is
At
to
the
be
beginning
expected.
of the stream, though, at the beginning of the stream, we hadn't even started the video at 0000.
He'll be back. He's got to
Yeah,
be
what can you
unsummoned
do?
somehow. I don't know if we should start with that. He kind of loves this stuff, so I don't know if we should.
Yeah,
We should probably get started though.
I've seen a few of this guy's videos just on my own, and I'm just like, wow, you don't have very much intelligent things to say.
It's a combination of acclaimed ignorance. I mean, he actually says, "I don't know," which is fine. If you admit you don't know anything, it's totally fine. But then he also admits to not caring and to being dumb or to being stupid or what have you. So these things happen. Oh, LiteratureDevil's in the chat. Thank you, sir. He's going to come back. That's totally fine. And we have a spammer in our midst, I think.
Well,
dear.
who?
Don't worry. I got him.
Right. You need to give me the holy powers again.
The holy wrench.
Mm-hmm. To fix the
The holy-
fucking spam bots.
Oh, boy. You want me to do that again? Oh, here we go. I have to go through all this hassle.
Or the wouldn't it be the staff wrench staff thing with the sword inside of it?
What the hell was that? Was it a wrench? What was that?
It was a wrench on the end of a stick with a sword cane.
And then he had another sword he got from medieval times, which was a chainsaw sword, and then he just chucked it.
And it was somehow, for some reason, it was Mjolnir powers.
Oh yeah, that's right, that as well.
Everything in that movie, like Neil deGrasse Tyson as Merlin has a shark tooth necklace. I just barely noticed that watching it.
Who needs science when you have a dragon?
Or pseudoscience.
Mm-hmm.
And he just pterodactyl hitting meteorite with his tail.
Its tail.
All right, Shiny, I think I gave you mod access just in case. So
Okay. I am now the spanner.
yay!
That's also not. That could also be interpreted as not a good thing because it could mean you're stupid. But yeah.
Anyway, let's get started. I'm sure LiteratureDevil can catch up.
What? I'm looking at his more videos. It's like, allow me to patronize you, and
What?
fish hook theory. What is with this guy?
We'll find out. Let's keep going.
Greetings once again, fellow skeptics
What
and
is this
lovers
intro?
of Western culture, in a way that's definitely not racist, to my inner sanctum of knowledge, where I speak incredibly pretentiously to you, my audience,
wait.
about the cultural...
This is a parody. This is the
Yes,
cringe parody. A parody.
I think most of the people that have this bread tube sort of mentality are clowns. I just have that complete.
Yeah.
There's no way you could take people like this seriously. So he's obviously putting on an act.
No.
And there's nothing wrong with that. You could put on an act and play a character on your YouTube channel. It's totally fine. It's when you try and have a rational discussion and you're still acting that there's a problem. So
I don't even think he's doing that. I think this feels like he's mocking people like LiteratureDevil and you.
that's fine. Again, I have nothing against that.
Yeah, I feel like it's supposed to be mocking. Just because of the voice, just because of like the things like the title CHUD film school, buddy, blah, and like, oh, my fellow skeptics, I'm totally not racist, buddy, blah.
I wonder what he thinks what story structure actually is. I don't think I've understood that term. I think of story composition. I never heard of story structure, though.
There's also like plot archetypes where you kind of figure out, okay, well, what's like the rough, like what have other people kind of done? What's kind of a type of plot like this? Like, is it like a heist plot mixed with a mentor and apprentice plot mixed with a romance plot? Rags to riches, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
You kind of figure out from there what do you want to do.
There's all kinds of techniques and forms, story forms, whether you want to go to the 1,000 viewed stare down, or you want to do the bit by bit, plot point by plot point. So he has some things to say which are relevant, but he just sort of throws it under the bus and says, this is all silly. You guys are dumb. You got to read more books. It's like, we got to read more books. Really? Okay. That's a good argument. You should always read more books, but you have to come from a place of evidence to prove I'm not reading enough books. So
I would love to see this guy debate Brandon Sanderson. Because Brandon Sanderson knows his stuff. He teaches writing at a university level, and I've taken his class a couple of times. It's really good.
You know, I know we're known for our little tangents, but maybe we should get going.
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
I want to
Exists.
start laughing.
Feminists and leftist degenerates ruining your favourite movies, TV shows and video games by putting gays, blacks and women with small tits in them, which, as I mentioned in the 42 videos I uploaded crying about Brie Larson, the 95 about the oppression of Kumas the game industry has been pushing by taking away our beloved big boobs for realism, and the 5 I uploaded just yesterday about the fact that a fictional man in a zombie game gets killed by a fictional muscular woman, and because I'm a fucking idiot and I've never seen a muscular woman, I'm just going to pretend that she's a trans woman based on literally zero evidence. Usually on a Thursday I would, rather than talk about movies or games for children, talk about superheroes.
What is that?
I'm already tempted to give up. Can we just end it here?
That was like, wow, that was like a fire hose of bad right there. That's some saltiness.
No, it's been great, guys. You know, it's great Smudcast as always. We wrap it up here.
You get back here, Shiny. You are sticking this out, buddy.
You can't make me. I now have the power of the spanner. I am the spanner.
Okay, so Lava Chan pretty much has talked about The Last of Us 2, a bunch of Marvel films, and how people are complaining that the left-leaning Hollywood elite are ruining storytelling. It's like, yeah, he's partially correct on some of those points. Yeah.
But
Yes,
he's he's going quite extreme with them as well.
Yeah,
Like it's very much aimed at lit. Like you can feel how much this is aimed at lit dev.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it awesome?
Yeah.
LiteratureDevil loves this stuff. This is hilarious. He's probably laughing his ass off.
Again, hilarious is not the word I would use.
Oh, look at the comic thing. White power. Oh my gosh. I just noticed that. What is that?
Yeah,
I know.
I have no idea. That's why I have to stop this video. It was so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like...
This.
I think that's kind of one of the worst 30 seconds of a YouTube video I've ever seen, apart from Patrick saying that his favorite edition is the giant alien cow thing. That's it. That's the worst. This is pretty bad, though.
Yes, but he's going to teach us how to criticize story structure because we're reactionaries. Remember that? So he's teaching us how to do our jobs. Thank you, Lava Chan.
I would
Comic
like
books,
to
a
read
genre
your book.
entirely designed for adults pushing 40 like me, and the fact that I simultaneously
You're pushing 40?
No,
You
it's
sound.
shit parody.
I don't know if
It's
he's
like,
joking
oh,
or if he just has a lisp or
oh,
what's going on. Is it accent?
I don't know either. This is just insane.
Look, why'd you do this?
We
to
have
us?
this is just so much fun. Oh my god, I love this one.
Yeah.
Tyler Preston, thank you for the super chat. Are you sure this isn't a persona of Jack Saint? You know what?
Maybe this, like Jack Saint removes the mask, and it's just this weird goat thing.
Yeah, no. Jackson isn't that. I think Lava Chan is his own world of weird, and Jack
Yeah.
is just his own world of bias. So
That's a fair assessment.
Yeah, I would totally agree. Yeah,
Since that's the weird anthropomorphized animal video. I watched through that and just like, you really think this way? Okay. It's like a weird like speciesist determination, and he thinks that's stupid, and that
this parody is very offensive to goats, because how do you think goats feel when you're giving goats such a bad image?
yeah, and
feel
I
you're,
love goat cheese. I love everything goats do for me. I think goats are amazing, and now you're just making them look like a corporate machine. That's part of a cog in the machine, dude. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, you've
Respect.
culturally appropriated the goat as your image. How dare you? I thought you guys hated cultural appropriation, even though it's a neutral term in academia.
Okay.
gets upset when my favourite comics publisher tries to appeal to other demographics in a desperate attempt to stop their own decline, while simultaneously blaming.
Yeah, they do a wonderful job of stopping the decline by causing the decline. That's great. I love that.
Yeah, I am okay with. I like Miles Morales and Sam Wilson as Falcon. I'm passably okay with Lady Thor. I do not know who the one with the lightning strike is.
No, I think that's Miss Marvel.
Oh, Kamala Khan. Oh, okay. Now I recognize her. Okay. That is such
Morales, the only knowledge I have of Miles Morales is from like Into the Spider-Verse, which was great. So I don't have a problem with him.
Sure. Yeah. Miss Marvel has such a on the levels of stupid powers. Hers is really bad. Hers is really dumb.
No, you mean the original Miss Marvel, which was Carol Danvers before she turned into Captain Marvel, or do you mean the newer one?
This current Kamala Khan, she
The-
has the power to swell her hands and feet.
I thought her power was stretch, but then again, I've never fucking seen any of these comics or care enough to know anything about comics.
I only know because I listen to School of Movies
And
either
before-
to laugh or sometimes he has insightful things to say. Mostly he says cringeworthy things.
Yeah, before anyone gets at me for not being comics, it's a dying industry, and do you expect me to get into comics now?
Right. So even the ones that he's saying aren't catering to these people, so like normal comic books for guys, even those are doing badly. So, but he's saying, no, the people who are trying to bring it back, they're the good people. It's like, oh, really? Did you see the sales figures lately? So
They're not good. They are not good. They're terrible, actually.
Said decline on the measures they're taking to avoid it is totally normal and not in any way incredibly counterproductive and actively harming the art and industry I claim to care about. Today, however, rather than that, I want to jerk my dick raw out of pure hatred over some utterly innocuous faux intellectual bullshit that.
Okay, so this is about the orc problem or issue. I don't want. What do you call this? I don't even know what to call it. It's so stupid. A bunch of
Is this Sargon?
well, not Sargon, but But I mean, like the people who argue that orcs are racist or orcs are based off black people or some nonsense like that. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Even if it was true, it wouldn't matter. I mean, Tolkien could have done whatever they wanted with orcs or the Uruk-hai or trolls or whatever fantasy caricature. So it doesn't make a difference.
I'm sure if LitDev was here, he would make some like it because he's you know he's good at that. He said things like that on his stream. He's already covered this multiple times.
Yep.
LitDev, you're here with us in spirit.
Yeah. I wish you were here. We'd have a good laugh. But you know, he's waiting. He's getting there. He's doing his thing. Whatever he does.
Yeah.
At the moment, Glib is too busy playing Fallen Order.
Yeah. And I'm here for the long haul.
Keep playing.
Glib!
I literally
Hello!
I mentioned it. You
Come
speak
aboard,
of
buddy.
whatever people appear.
Well, Glib is kind of like his own person, so he comes in and out whenever he likes. We know Evan's busy with work. We know that everyone else is usually busy as well, so it's fine.
He comes and goes at will.
I always come in
Gandalf.
after I wake up from a nap.
That's
So I'm just like Gandalf.
That's a healthy way of looking at things. Thanks for coming in, Glib. So we are now looking at a faux intellectual, apparently, talking about a non-issue in regards to fiction. That is to say, fictional characters in fantasy settings are racist. So.
Oh, fun.
I fundamentally don't understand because I haven't bothered to do literally any research in this 20-minute long video in which I talk about what I reckon movies should be like, by which I mean populated exclusively by cis-het white people who support 100% of my outdated ideas on what gender roles should be, whilst completely misunderstanding.
So, Glib, how fun is that Fallen Order right now? It looks pretty. It looks pretty good.
I am just as good at avoiding stupid attacks in Jedi Fallen Order as I am avoiding stupid videos on this podcast. Say not very good.
Could we back
Have you met Big
up
Frog
to
Dude
that?
yet?
Can we back up to
Have I
that point where
met
you started like,
big-eyed Wolfenstein lady yet? Is that what you said?
No, Big Frog.
Oh, Big Frog, yeah. Yeah, of
Big
course.
Frog boy.
That's what keeps killing me right now, is Big Frog.
Well,
Big
attack him from
Fringo.
the roof.
Fring Daddy G.
Do you want to go
from the
back
roof.
one? What was that?
You jump in from the roof, and then you fucking take out half his health that way, and then you just dodge enough.
Yeah,
So essentially, what this guy is sounding like,
funny.
he's trying to be a parody of Literature Devil, and he's saying that people like Literature Devil don't do enough research for a 20-minute video, even though Literature Devil's videos are very detailed. He has a lot of references, and he does a lot of work. So maybe he's referring to someone else. Maybe he's referring to Sargon. I don't know, but even Sargon does a lot of research before he opens his mouth. So, not too sure.
that? I'm looking at like the various things that he put up regarding like European history and legend according to the BBC, and it's like, yeah, it's interesting, but it's like I'm fine with a lot of these black British actors playing these characters, a number of these characters, even though it's like not historically accurate. It's fine. I don't care as long as they're a good actor.
I'm sure LitDev's gonna burst in here any second now, and he's just gonna rip this guy a new asshole, and then I can leave.
I mean, it's obvious that the argument for putting historically inaccurate characters into a movie, anachronisms, all that kind of stuff, you can make an argument for it, but that's a different thing than being historically accurate. And if your intention is to be historically accurate, then you have to discriminate. That discrimination is not an insult to your race. It's just what it is. Like, and by the way, this is always one direction. It's never like, I think we're gonna get Elon Musk to play Black Panther because he's from South Africa. Like, nobody thinks like that. They only think in whatever direction the progressive stack is going into, and that's supposed to just be like, oh, it's obvious. Yeah, you know. you are a reactionary chud because you don't want Guinevere to be from Kenya. It's like, I'm sorry, that's not what I wanted to buy into, and that has nothing to do with my racial preferences for reality, and everything to do for wanting to see a story that has some sort of consistency within the imagination that I have for a past time period. Now, if somebody wanted to say, let's do an alternate history thing, well, then you can put Martin Lawrence in the past, and there's no problem. But that's not historically accurate, and that goes into other stuff with like if somebody made Kingdom Come Deliverance or whatever, and all of a sudden there was an Arab guy there, you'd be kind of confused because that's not what happened.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I think that Guinevere might be the only, and her dad and her brother might be the only like people of color that are like mainstays in Camelot. And
it's never brought up.
Yeah, it's never brought up, and
the race have nothing to do with squat, which is why I'm fine with it. But I understand why people don't like the historical inaccuracies.
It's not a huge problem. It's the same thing as if Othello was played by a white Shakespearean actor. Like, it wouldn't bother me one way or the other. I would prefer the original style that it was written, but if they want to tell a retelling, I don't mind retellings. Like the new King Arthur story coming out, it focuses on the Lady of the Lake, and it tells the whole story of that, which I think is great as an idea. But it depends on how it's executed, of course. But the concept of the Lady of the Lake has this whole other story and legend behind her, as opposed to just being a figurehead to literally hand off the sword to King Arthur. So if you're changing the King Arthur mythos, that might be bad. If you're adding to it, that'd be great.
Well, it's just two different expectations. It's like, if somebody comes in here and says, I want to have I want a car, I want it to be this exact model, and I want it to be with these customization aspects. You go, yeah, sure. Okay. And then if somebody else comes in and says, I don't really care what kind of car I get, I don't care what color the inside of the furniture is, or the upholstery or whatever. And then if somebody says, okay, sure, I'll show you a bunch of different things. If you don't want to choose, maybe I'll give you what I think is the cheapest option and all that stuff. It's like nobody at any time in that car buying purchase goes, oh, you don't want a purple car? You're a fucking racist. You're a reactionary, dude. Like, get with the program. Like, nobody does that because it's cult-like behavior. It's not creative behavior.
I want to point out, so what I'll do is point out that there would be similar concerns if that, for example, obviously Merlin and King Arthur and all that, it's more of a legend than something that's real. Like, a lot of people say, oh yeah, it's not real, it's more just a story, there's no evidence this guy actually exists. So if you, I can't think of anything in particular, but if you went to something in Africa and say some kind of legend or story they have there, something which isn't by any means real, but it's still like quite well beloved, and it's quite it's very famous within the culture, because obviously everyone knows about the Knights of the Round Table and Merlin and King Arthur and the Sword and the Stone. It's all very well known. So again, as I said, Guinevere's race has literally dick to do with squat, which is why I don't have a problem with it. I understand why people would have a problem with it, and
it's very surface level.
If they had same thing in a again, as I said, it's some kind of African legend or story that was well beloved in the culture and was known by everyone, and suddenly they just arbitrarily changed the race to Asian or white, the amount of backlash they would get compared to Guinevere.
Well, it's like
even if it was integral to the character.
It all goes back to the same thing that I was saying. Are you trying to represent history accurately, or are you trying to create an alternate reality that is a vision? And to me, the issue is that if somebody wanted to go out there and make a creative thing and be like, okay, there were Mexicans in Italy in 1848, and you're like, all right, well, fuck it, all right, whatever, that's fine. But then if somebody came out and said, I go, that's not very historically accurate. And they go, you're just a chud. You just don't know.
Yeah, that's
Fuck you.
insane. That is insane to say something like that. It's like, no, that is not. That is, you're factually wrong.
Stop demonizing legitimate criticism because it uncomfortably attacks your entire cult-like worldview. That's my issue. Because I'm with Smud. I don't care if you want to interpret something this way, but that kind of political mercenary aspect, that kind of like libertarian marketplace value thing, also means that if your movie makes $0, I have zero fucking sympathy for you. So if you want to go out here and I this is kind of a hot take, but like if Disney wants to go out and make Star Wars movies and ruin it, they're perfectly entitled to do that. And then the fandom is perfectly entitled to ruin them as a company for it. So ultimately, I'm confused, as usual, as to why there's this one faction that's coming out here and trying to say all of your creative decisions, they're wrong, unless you fit the right tone, mood, rule set that we have here. I'm just like, I will never understand that. What right does somebody have to come into your art and tell you how to make it? Unless, it's like some like illegal, like you're like animated child porn. Like, okay, yeah, that's not really a free speech argument. You know what I mean? But everything that's creative that has to do with narrative storytelling, that's all freedom of speech. That's all creativity. So what right do they have in their mind to tell me as a person what to do with my money and my movie? And I think that is a across-the-board argument against these people that call us chuds. I'm like, what right does Lava Chan have to tell any of us what we should be doing?
Oh, there was
you think a guy who named the title of his video Chud Film School is going to have any sort of rational thought? Any sort of, let me hear your side of the story. I don't think so. This guy's already a bigot. This guy's already a bigot. Like he's already like, oh, you believe this? You have a different worldview than I do. Well, you're just a fascist. That's what this guy is. Also, I can't wait for Lava Chan to jump into the chat because he always jumps in the chat. He has nothing better to do. Yeah, because when PSA Sitch and Adam Fender were covering him yesterday, he jumped in the chat too. And when Spudboy and I covered his video on me, he was in the chat also. So he's always in the chat. Like, he always jumps in. I guess someone always lets him know that someone is covering his video, and he always jumps into the chat. And he does. He goes down to the list of things he does. He goes, "Oh, I just jumped in because someone told me it was going to be an epic takedown of me. Then now it's boring. Bye, LOL."
It's just funny because it's like, hey, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to support this political worldview that's going to make it harder for you to get a job in the industry that you're in, which is something that's happened to me. There's been, positive discrimination for one person is negative discrimination for another. I've been discriminated against a bunch, and it's always been funny to me that nobody's ever going to care at all about, and I don't fucking give a shit, but nobody's ever going to care about my personal struggle because I'm a straight white male. Like, that's the whole thing. And I'm like, fine, I'll take this struggle and effort by myself. But I will never forget, in the little brackets, Glib will remember this, all of those moments that these people came out with rhetoric and I had to deal with the results of their rhetoric. When have they had to deal with the results of my rhetoric? Because they deserve to.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I'm not sure what he's said so far in this video, but I'm assuming from what I've heard you talk about recently that he's complaining that people are complaining that they're putting people of color in historically inaccurate roles. The thing is, Guinevere and Friar Tuck are fine because Guinevere is taking place in a mythical realm known as Camelot. Like, it's like a legend or something. So you can have a non-white Guinevere be fine. Yeah. And also that Merlin was a okay show at best. Yeah, it's fine. Friar Tuck,
it's okay.
Having a black Friar Tuck is fine also because Robin Hood it's taking place in England, yeah, but it's not really necessarily historical England. Like, you can have any sort of
mythical.
Or mythical England. So it doesn't really matter all that much. But Victorian soldier, like a historically accurate Victorian soldier, was what's supposed to be in Doctor Who because it's supposed to be about time travel, like what actually happened. And then Margaret of Anjou, the Hollow Crown. That's historically accurate. It's supposed to be historically accurate. Okay, Roman soldier. That's supposed to be historically accurate too because there weren't. As far as I remember, there weren't really that many black Romans. At least not as part of the citizenry. Which would they be an auxiliary maybe, but not really part of the citizenry.
Yeah, like Yeah, from like Carthage
People-
or something like
People
that.
don't want to admit that though. People don't want to be like, "Oh my God, my fucking race wasn't even around in this period." Like that is partially part of the problem, is that it's all about insecurity with people.
Yeah,
It's like,
you know, the whole world hasn't been
if-
America forever. Okay.
no, and the whole world isn't America right now either. That's like that's the other thing, is that there's so many people that are in the SJW side, or whatever you want to call it, that come out here and they're like trying to apply black, white, 1800s, 1600s African slave trade to random countries that have nothing to do with it. Like, what does black racism have to do with Singapore? You know what I mean? What is, and then again, as usual, the historical application of, you know, positive representations of races that or ethnicities that weren't involved in whatever the story is going on, and then at the same time, let's delete gay kisses so that China doesn't get mad. China, the country that right now is discriminating against all black people, not allowing them to room in hotels and all this stuff. So it's like reality goes completely against the agenda that they're talking about, and they never forward their agenda in places where it actually matters. They do it to us because they know that we're not going to be like, shut up.
That's why I
Because
was saying that these people always say they're brave and they're really brave and strong or whatever, and they're being awesome because they're wearing, I don't know, a dress in public or something. But the thing is, they're wearing a dress in public in America. I highly doubt that if you dropped them like in the Middle East or something, they'd be so gung ho about wearing a dress in public. They're only brave. They're only brave when there's no consequences to be suffered.
Do you
And that's not brave.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Tinder trap thing? That little video where some
God.
woman like, right?
Oh,
Imagine
dear.
that in Saudi Arabia.
Mm.
Throw this woman off the
Yeah.
roof. Where is Ra? Bring Ra from Molerchet. Throw her off the roof. She is tempting the men. This is Zima. Sorry. But this is every day I think about this kind of stuff. It's like when this stuff comes up, it's like, because it's never ending. It's like people are upset that there's not enough representation in The Witcher or the Kingdom Come, like I said before, and it's because Polish people want a positive representation of their history that's never happened. Nobody gives a shit about Poland except for Polish people. Like,
Yeah, except for Polish
people
people.
forget that. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole
I mean,
world
I
is
care
not
about them
America.
because I love vodka, but that's different. I love Hunter's bacon and kielbasa. That's different.
Yeah, ancient history is not diverse. Okay, it's different people fighting each other, but the ancient history was not America. Okay, it wasn't mixed up like this, like America is today. It just
No.
wasn't.
It is
We have
very.
Achilles might be a different case. I don't know, because that's mythical. But however, it is supposed to be played as a historical battle between Greeks and the Trojans. So there was no black Achilles. There were olive
It
skinned
feels tokenistic.
Greeks.
It feels very tokenistic.
You know, so one thing, like another as well. So I was trying to say earlier about like China. That's not just like black people, but that's like fucking everyone. There was a French guy who got murdered just because like he was French. So it obviously things in China can get extremely bad just because it's like a very anti-foreigner. Not like everyone, but there is a very strong proponent of that. And then another thing I was going to bring up is that thing is history isn't very diverse, but then again, there are also places in our world today which are still not diverse. You obviously can point to places like certain parts of like Africa or certain Asian countries, blah 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 blah. But hell, I'll say even my hometown isn't even that diverse. Like I say, by that I
Mine
mean
is
I've
definitely
only
not diverse.
I live in a market town in the middle of England that's about an hour away from like a city, and there's only one high school, and throughout my entire time in like the education system, hell, even in the big city, I've never like there's no like minorities within the class in that city that I can say now because I don't go there anymore. York College had like in my class there was no minorities throughout my entire time in primary school and high school. There's only like 3 primary schools here. There's only 1 high school in this town. I only met 2 black people, and I only knew one of them for about 2 months, and the other one, who was a dick, I knew there was a couple of years in primary school and then never saw again. Apart from
That's
that,
interesting to me.
almost
because
every person is white.
Yeah,
I grew up
same.
in LA, and I'm from New York originally, which was super fucking diverse. Almost all my friends were not white, not the same race as me. I've almost never met. There's only 40,000 people with Montenegrin heritage, like from in America. There's just not that many of them, and I had family that left from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which doesn't exist anymore. I have family from Galicia in what is now Ukraine. It's like I'm from a lot of different places. Grew up with a lot of different diverse people, and I'm not trying to get into the Tim Pool I'm a skateboarder argument, but when he says that shit, I understand what he's talking about. So all you have to do is just tell me when you make this film, if you're making fucking Troy or something like that, is this a myth that we're just going fuck it, modernity, or are we trying to be historically accurate? And all they have to do is not attack one of those, which is the historically accurate one. If you want to make, you can make two different things at once if you wanted to. You can make Troy the fall of a city and have, a Chinese person be the commander of the Roman forces of the Trojans or whatever. And then, I think I'm getting that wrong, but anyway, the other thing that you could do is you could just have something that's historically accurate and do that, and you can have two things. That's the great thing about fiction and creativity. You can do multiple things. You can have your own vision. And so, as I said before, it makes me really upset when anybody comes in.
I think if you're making like
who you are on top of a principled statement, it's like, no, it's just obvious. Let people do what they want, and then if you're doing what you want, just explain it to the audience, so some people can choose not to watch it and get pissed off, because some people are, and some people want that. Like, I don't give a shit if just as what I'm saying, but did we go
because
down?
voice won't be able to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, voice.
Anyway, the thing is that does anybody here like upset that Hamilton is Alexander Hamilton's play Why a Black Guy? I don't think so.
No, it's a play.
No,
it's a play version.
Play, and it's a stylistic choice as well.
It's different for a play between a play and a film, because a film is supposed to, you can have all the resources available to you, but play you kind of take who is the best.
Yeah, and the play is like the play is obviously going to be a smaller pool of people, and it's a live show, so you're not going to be able to get all the historically accurate aspects of it. But again, they wanted to create some fanciful thing. I really don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if somebody wanted to get up and make a furry version of The Last Jedi on stage or whatever. It really doesn't.
I still won't watch it
to me because that's art.
I would.
Yeah.
I actually would watch it just to see like how bad it would be, kind of in the same way that I would like to watch Spider-Man Out of the Shadows or whatever that.
Also, I would like to point. I just want to point out that these people always cry about representation and diversity, but these 6 characters up here all played by the same race. Like what they always call for this diversity is always the same minority, same one race of minority. Where are all the Hispanics? Where's all the cry for the Hispanic representation? It's never about Hispanics, is it?
Not at all.
No, it's never. It's never. It's always.
It's only about whoever's missing from the stack. It's like, I see. Where is the Chechen guy? Like, it's like we need the. It's every movie has to be one of those "We Are the World" songs with like representation. Everybody just have a flag on, like if you're in a movie. Tamura Morrison in Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. I mean, he has to have like a Kiwi thing with a Maori face tattoo on because he has to represent reality. He can't just be whatever Glamblorian or whatever.
Yeah, I don't see Lava Chan. Well, I don't see Lava Chan normally. I haven't thought about the guy since we last covered him. But I don't see people like Lava Chan and his ilk start crying about how we need a Hispanic Superman. I'll never hear that. Never hear anything like that. Whatever happened to Hispanics? You like the democratic mentality where Hispanics don't really exist until election time? Pretty sure that's more.
And then suddenly it's election time, and suddenly everybody's speaking Spanish.
Yeah, suddenly everyone's speaking Spanish and carrying
out Beto.
Tear around Tapatio in the purses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I always carry Taki just in case I get a lote, way.
You don't do anything.
Yeah, it must be. Democrats are carrying around hot sauce in their purses again. It must be election time.
Oh no!
Hillary Clinton. I always carry that crystal for that fried chicken when I'm down in Atlanta, boy. Woo-wee! Like Hillary, what is wrong?
I think something that you can do, like, honestly, if you really want diversity in fantasy, just invent a world that's multicultural, like George R. R. Martin did with Essos.
Yeah, just make your own world where you have all the things you want inside of it.
Yeah, because that's what I did, at least with a couple of my books was that I made it so that it was a large world and there were ethnic differences, but it
I
wasn't
can give
because of
you a
representation. It was just because that's how the real world works. Like the further in a certain direction you go, the ethnicity and the skin color is going to change.
I can give you a good example now as the Dragon King, or the Dragon Prince, I think is what it's called. It's
Yes,
on Netflix.
I love that. Yeah, that's a good
the
example.
The human kingdom has a bunch of races in it, but no one ever talks about it. It's like the king is black, but they don't ever say the king is black or anything like that. He just happens to be black. And there's different races in all over that place in Dragon Prince, but it doesn't make any difference because one, it's a fantasy world, and two, it don't really politicize it. They're just regular people. You know, everyone's just a human living together. That's it.
Yeah, it reminds me of the was it the Black Cinderella in the late '90s? I think it was like, oh, that's a nice touch, and it was a fine production, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah.
People thought it was a huge
Remember that one?
problem, and it was like, no, it's just a TV show and a musical, and that was that. And I'm just waiting for the day of Afrofuturism stories to finally come out. The closest thing we got was
yeah.
like Black Panther.
and
It was like, that's okay, but
No, it's
that's
so bad. There's a musician that unfortunately passed away recently, but I was a huge fan of, named Ross G, and his whole persona and aesthetic was and like his musical group was called the African Space Program, and it was all about that. And there was just like a bunch of creatives that were involved in his little world that bought into that aesthetic, and it was exactly what you're talking about, like Afrofuturistic stuff. I really legitimately do enjoy that because the overall narrative I felt like always when dealing with American racial issues is that I have never seen a fully fleshed out and operational and like coherent and community organized Black community. I hear it all the time from people that I talk to. I have a lot of friends that are in that world of like trying to suss out and sort out what the identity of people are supposed to be in America. And the thing that I have to tell everybody that's really frustrating, and I think people should just deal with it, is that like we're all Americans. Let's go with the best fucking system in the world. And why are we not all getting rich right now? Who's stopping us? So anyway, the thing that I want to see is I want to see more of that creativity. And what's ironic is that I think that a lot of these people that believe in the progressive stack stuff, they know that other people that they want to be cool with will attack them for having something that's outside of the cult-like worldview that they have. And so then they have to attack us, because if they can't have it, then we can't either. And I'm like, no, screw that. I'm going to be like Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever, and I'm going to have 14-inch cyber dicks in it. And there's nothing.
Does anyone remember when everyone made YouTube videos decrying how Static Shock was a terrible person, terrible character, and terrible show? I don't, because I don't. I sure don't. I remember everyone I talk about Static Shock with love Static Shock. I love Static Shock also as a show. It was a fantastic show.
I liked him for the little bit that I saw of him in Justice League Unlimited.
He was in. Oh, he was in Justice League Unlimited. Well, I remember him from the show. Like played like Phil Lamar and all that stuff. And every time I've never heard anyone. I never heard anyone say that they hated the show.
No, there's no way to hate that.
That's all I've seen.
You remember the time travel one where Batman went forward to Batman Beyond Time, where Static Shock was there?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
that's cool.
Old Static Shock, right? The old Static Shock.
Yeah,
that one.
There's also another one which I believe is in the Static Shock thing, and Static Shock goes forward in time and meets Batman Beyond. And I've only seen that episode of Static Shock. I believe it's from Static Shock.
But is Batman Beyond?
All right, gentlemen.
Ginger.
I'm going to read a super chat, and we're going to keep on going. Okay.
Yeah.
This is probably definitely going to be at least 2 parts.
Knowing you, yeah, it probably will.
You don't know what Batman Beyond is?
No, I do know. I was just making another one of those jokes about like,
all right,
why isn't Terry McGinnis played by a Mexican or something?
Here is a super chat from WD Frost. Thank you, sir. Making the world that sounds like work, just change established characters, much easier. Well, yeah, it's kind of unoriginal doing it that way, sadly.
Yeah.
But they'll identify with them easier.
It's very original. What are you talking about? It's so original.
And making your own stuff is work, and these people don't do work. They're like communists. They don't do work.
I don't think that racial swaps are nearly as jarring as gender swaps, and I think that's just because it's a much stronger behavioral set to look at, and it's a much bigger difference in terms of like I want to say genetic personality, even though that I know that's not a thing. But the
I think like cultural personality, because there are different and biological makeup might be is that what you're looking for?
I would just say like certain subconscious behavior sets, some subconscious expression types don't match between men and women, and so, I mean it depends on that you open this whole nuanced box, but I'm not interested in that. I just find it more jarring when you have someone that like if Judge Dredd was a woman, I'd be like, what is going on?
Oh, that would be really strange because Judge Dredd is a gung ho dude.
Right, but if Judge Dredd was played in a movie by Terry Crews, I'd be like, oh, that's kind of funny.
That would be awesome.
Oh my
actually.
god!
Yes, that would be amazing.
I want that. Actually.
I would watch that.
I want Terry Crews to play Judge Dredd. Someone do this now.
See what I mean, though? It's like the gender swap makes it weirder because you're like the physical aspect. Okay, then we got to go find like a Gina Carano MMA chick. But even those,
they probably wouldn't even do that. Like, we'll get Kate Blanchett to play Judge Dredd. Kate Blanchett plays Judge Dredd.
I like
Judge
Kate Blanchett.
Dredd. Hello.
Kate Blanchett, yeah, that would be so weird. Not just because like she has that accent, which is very attractive, but it's way too refined for Dredd. Like Carl Urban's perfect as Dredd.
Daisy Ridley plays Judge Dredd.
No.
Oh, that would be really.
Jeez.
That would
I've never seen this much criminality in the whole galaxy.
All right.
I am the law.
All right, let's get back.
Let's just keep going. That was a bad idea.
So far off.
Yeah, like we need a Judge Dredd. Just the only thing they can do in terms of acting is have their mouth hanging open the entire movie. I don't think we need that.
Great.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave now. But one of the things I just want to say is that what's funny enough is, as I mentioned before, like my hometown is almost completely white. So what's weird fact is that my town is also like very like left leaning as well. So and like somehow like, growing up, like I had no idea there was any kind of like racial tensions or anything like this, because all the media I saw, things like TV shows and all kinds of stuff didn't really treat like race or anything as a thing. Like, so I grew up with things like Doctor Who, Merlin, and Star Trek Voyager, and obviously Star Wars. And like, so Merlin obviously didn't like treat the black characters any different. There's in like 2 or 3 of them.
They're like Dragon Prince. There's people.
Voyager never treated Tuvok differently, or because of his color of skin, or treated Harry Kim differently because he was Asian. So I grew up with complete like without knowing anything like about to do with race or even gender. I had somewhat an idea of gender, but like just a young me. It wasn't until much later that I ended up learning about these things, just because of the internet. And that I was mainly very, very left leaning at the beginning. So it's strange how like a lack of diversity can push a certain political slant, even though supposedly it's causing the opposite. Like you say, lack of diversity in media, or this, or not doing this in media, or like that causes racism, when it's actually caused the opposite, at least within my town myself.
Yeah, it's like watching black sitcoms in the 90s. Once you have a commonality you can all appreciate, like art, you say, hey, I saw Family Matters last night. That was a great show. It's like, yeah, it was funny, it was silly, it was cute. So you can relate to people on a different level just through art, and it doesn't have to be everyone in the same melting pot. It could be a black show, it could be a white show. It doesn't really matter. Is it a good show? Did you have fun watching it? Was it a cool thing to experience? Like that's, I think, the main thing you want to get out of your media, a positive learning experience, especially if you're talking about sitcoms or family shows in the 80s or 90s. So we're still going to have these things. We're still going to have shows from China no one's ever going to watch unless they get somehow brought over or translated. So these things exist. They're not going away. And we just have to respect them the same way we respect any other film. We treat it for its quality, its value, and what it's trying to teach you. So thanks, Shiny, for coming in. I appreciate your time. And
Sorry, I don't want to cover this video. I don't really see any point in it, so I'm going to do something better with my time.
okay, thank you for your time, Shiny.
Well, enjoy wasting your time. I'm out. Peace.
Oh, believe me, LiteratureDevil and myself will be here for a while, so
Same.
we love it.
Oh yeah.
I'll be here with you. I'll stick
I
around.
love this cringe stuff. Almost all the time I'm listening to like a Smud Boy video or a J Longbone video or a Literature Devil video on something or PSA Sitch. I don't know. Everybody. I'm such a YouTube fanatic, you know what I mean? That it's great to actually be on one show and responding to it because it's 200 times better. Especially when we have a target that's like this. Like this is my favorite kind of video where it's just like so ignorant and it's so headstrong. And
Keep in the box is easy mode.
See, it's easy mode, yeah. And then it's also like CHUD film school. I'm like, all right, send me back to film school because I intentionally did not. I took classes. I've been to like the RE facilities and I've taken which is like one of the big camera manufacturers. I trained on their Alexa system a little bit, learned a little bit about lighting and stuff. And I took professional editing classes for Avid and for After Effects and for Mocha and all this stuff. So it's like I'm pretty well versed and trained in film. So to send me to school, it's obviously got to be an agenda thing, unless you want to teach me something like that I don't know yet, like Nuke to create 3D effects or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? It's specific information. The general how-to of a film is all programmed and downloaded Matrix style into my brain at this point. So it's great to hear him with the condescending tone talk to me about it. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, Evel Knievel, I'm gonna teach you how to fucking jump across this thing on a bike. It's like I've already done that. But this is going to be interesting, you know?
It's kind of like, I guess, like Adam Sandler coming up to somebody like Bruce Lee and saying, I'm going to teach you a thing or two about martial arts.
That's exactly what it was, yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking, is that it's like, I love watching those videos of people that are MMA fighters and they're reviewing bullshito, like those one-touch knockout people. I have a huge panache for that, but that's what I feel like I'm doing right now. It's like,
all right,
what is that punch that he's doing? Anyway, let's.
By the way, Sheep of the Box has admitted he's one of those guys who was on the far right and now is on this, like that other guy.
Xander.
What's his name? Xander. Yeah, he was one of those Xander types where he was on the far right. He says he himself that he was on the far right. Now he's on the far left. So it's one of those guys that goes from one extreme to the other.
Yeah.
All right, this time I'm going to read a super chat, and we will continue with the video.
Or so you say.
This is from Gaylord Zapikowski. Whoa. I desire your brain blast for Tito's special mayo. I don't know who Tito is, but...
I don't know either. I have no idea.
But I hope you get it, sir, Gaylord. I'm sure you'll try hard in life and get what you want.
Some hilarious people keep sending super chats. And he's like, okay, I'll read this one and we'll get started. And he just keeps sending new ones. I never get through it.
Tito, he's saying Tito. I don't know if that's a reference to when I was talking about like the Yugoslavia portion or if that's a reference to Tito's
Rocket Power.
What is it, the vodka? Or Tito, hey, Tito from Rocket Power.
Rocket Power. That was a good show. That was a good show.
Okay.
Me and Literature Devil. Somebody make a meme of me and Literature Devil going wiggity wiggity from Rocket Power.
Oh, no.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah.
People who support 100% of my outdated ideas on what gender roles should be, whilst completely misunderstanding the most basic fundamentals of film theory. Oh, and I'll probably...
Okay, film theory, Joseph Campbell, two different things, okay?
He really does not like Professor Geek. I don't know what's his problem with Professor Geek. Although I do say that I don't know what it is, but for some reason his video making aesthetic really seems to have improved 10,000%. I don't know what it is. It looks really familiar to me, but whatever he's doing is ingenious.
Wow, look at the colors.
Yeah, the color scheme. It's very Satanish.
This is the second time he stole my aesthetic. All these people who want to criticize me always steal my aesthetic. I don't know why.
Yeah, or like when good old Patty Chan literally stole your thumbnail.
Yeah, that was a literal piece of art. It wasn't even a piece of art I would technically released. I just put it on Twitter every once in a while, and Patty Chan stole it and put it as a thumbnail. Like, hey, that's mine. You can't technically do that. Okay, I mean you can put it on there, but I have the power to say, I'm pulling it down. But I didn't. I gave Patty Chan my permission because, of course, I did. it's way more entertaining for us to go over Patty Chan's video than to do that. Plus
Destroy
freedom of speech, freedom of expression. It's all that wonderful stuff that I love.
They do like the Saint and the Taxon, that like little group is a lot better at obfuscating with eloquency. Like they have more words that they use. They have more misdirection. But like the sheep in the box, Lava Chan, he's like very like straightforward. It's like, oh cool, you're just gonna hand me your arguments so I can throw it in your face.
I told you, easy mode.
Yeah.
You don't have to break down what he said first, or slow it down like you do with the movie Bob. He just tells you the stuff he thinks right straightforward in plain vernacular, which is pretty good. It's a lot more than we can get from movie Bob or Patty Chan or any of those people. He has the same positive, like the same pro to him, like in terms of pros and cons. Lava Chan is the same pro that Steve Shives does. At the very least, Steve Shives and Lava Chan speak to us in the vernacular. We can actually understand what they say easily without having to pause it and break down what exactly it is they said.
Movie Bob uses all sorts of like Swiss cheese wordology to make it so that you ultimately can't understand what he's saying unless you stop him, because it literally sounds like imagining some crazy person walking down on the street and I'm just hearing like Movie Bob going across like walking by, just like some of the words that he uses. He's like, perchance the superfluous aspect of our rationalized nationalism leads to inherent jingoistic mentalities in video games. But of course, and then you're like, what the fuck did you just say? I don't words. I don't even know what I just said. And I would love to hear Movie Bob just like sit down and be like, oh, that's what that means. I meant by this. Because I think you'd get a lot of insane Twitter style like eugenics statements from him. I don't think people slow him down and go, Bob.
I think Movie Bob actually believes in the nerd master race or something like that from the last video he did.
I'm pretty sure. I think that delusion is pretty. That makes him a lolcow. Not anything else really, but like that specifically. This like Revenge of the Nerds propaganda stole in his head, where like the meek shall inherit the earth, and it's like all the nerds will figure out how to all the what is it, the chads in school, the jocks that used to give me wedgies are gonna want into my Bitcoin wallet or something like that. That's the fantasy. It's like nobody gives
which is
a shit.
ironic.
That's not how life works.
Which is ironic because one of his best buddies, Alex Shaw, did a review of Revenge of the Nerds and he hated it.
Oh, of course. He was like, this is too realistic.
And I think he hated it because it was he found it misogynistic and basically like, we are owed lady parts, we are owed sex. Like that's his thing about it. And it's like, okay, I don't particularly like this kind of boob comedy, admittedly, but it's like, okay, you're taking this a little bit too far, bub. And that was like an add-on to his "We Need to Talk About Fandom" episode of School of Movies. It was like 2 hours long.
I knew that Movie Bob was a clown when he got upset at the Halo like behind the scenes footage, because when they inject them with whatever the thing is to turn them into Spartans or whatever, their eyes turn blue, and he was like upset that the subtle like conveyance of white supremacy or something, like, oh, you become the master race. That's how his brain works. And I was,
they call it a dog whistle. They say the word dog whistle.
He didn't say that, but he didn't say anything. He was like gesticulating at it. He was like, and his eyes turn blue. It was like that inflection. And I thought that was funny because I was like, I wonder what he thinks when he watches Dragon Ball Z. Like, what are these Japanese people trying to turn blonde with blue eyes for? It's so racist. Like, it's just, I'm just like, well, hey, they have to turn a different color. You might as well go from dark to light. What's the lightest color eyes that people have? Blue. I know we're off topic on this point, but it's like, it always comes back to the idea of aesthetics or some sort of weird choice being interpreted in the most worst faith argument possible.
As opposed to how is this character being portrayed? Like, what is this character like? Is this a stereotype? Is this somebody who like could actually exist? Does this feel like a three-dimensional person? Is that the type of story this is going for? They don't think like that.
Well, you could make counter arguments with the exact same material that you make the arguments, and that's something that I've noticed. So, like the Dragon Ball Z thing, if he came out and was like, "It's a dog whistle to white supremacy that their hair turns blonde and their eyes turn blue," and I'd be like, "Well, why is it that Vegeta, the pureblood, is always weaker than the
Vegeta.
half-blood, right?" I mean, I
Or
am
like-
the principal Saiyan's Kakarot. Ah, I'm always weaker than you.
I like how Lava-chan put up the hero's journey and just put up there. It didn't explain how how the hero's journey refers to his points any way or any specifics. He's talking about the film theory or whatever. Just here's hero's journey because everyone puts that up there because I guess he doesn't know what it means actually, but he needs to put it up there because everyone else does. So I guess he has to also.
Yeah, I only watched a quarter of this, so I had enough. I was like, "This is nuts! I gotta stop, or I'm gonna hurt myself." So, this was gonna be good
let's keep
watching for me.
going.
Anywho,
Yeah, let's keep going.
I'm gonna read a super chat, and we're gonna keep going. So, Mark in 3D, thank you, sir. Give me my Mountain Dew marinated chicken, Glib. Okay.
Maybe at one point I will marinate some chicken in Mountain Dew and let you guys know how it tastes, and I'll do a little review because I still have a movie Bob video planned, but maybe that'll be the intro. I'll try it because that to me just is nuts. You know what I mean? I don't think I don't remember the last time I had soda flavored chicken. I've made beer can chicken, but holy shit, Mountain Dew, man! Like I don't even know what flavor that is. You couldn't tell me what flavor Mountain Dew is.
Instead of me talking about food, I'm gonna keep going. Let's go.
Yeah.
Cry over the fact that I didn't come once whilst watching Avengers Endgame because of the SJWs. That's right, we're talking about the hero's journey because it's all I know about film theory, so fuck it, let's not bother.
Okay, hero's journey is not film theory. Wow. First of all, he's doing this whole thing about how everyone complains about how ugly female characters are being made in modern media these days, at least in the West. The East has it going on. So everyone keeps telling me. But
I
in
don't
the
know
West,
what he's talking about.
this whole thing is about
Scarlett Johansson is still a gorgeous woman.
But there's a whole thing about how people are saying that these characters are ugly. We want more attractive female characters. The male characters are, on the other hand, they're like ripped and muscular and shirtless. But you dare be a man and complain about how ugly these female characters are being portrayed. You're a sexist pig. And the thing is, every time they say this is common. I don't know what. I guess Lava-chan is like 5 months or 5 years behind. But this is like something that's been mocked into obscurity now. Like it's a meme now. I guess he still believes it wholeheartedly or something. But every time people would say this character's ugly, can you change her to something more attractive? They would say porn is free. This is not supposed to be for you to jerk off to. Go find off your jerk off material somewhere else. We need more body representation or something like that. So that's what usually the answer is when a couple of men come in and say, "Hey, this female character is ugly. Can we get her a little bit more attractive?" Can't do it.
What if it's a lesbian chick saying, "I would like to see more attractive women on screen"? Because that's
internalized misogyny. It's internalized misogyny.
Every time that somebody
if
brings
it's a lesbian,
up
how's that internalized misogyny to these people?
No, it
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't think about lesbians unless they're not in the conversation. One of life's many little ironies.
Yeah, it's so funny where it's just like not just guys. There are ladies that like ladies. They exist, and
I don't know why
championing them.
What's with him against Professor Geek? What did Professor Geek ever do to this guy?
No,
Poor Professor Geek.
Yeah.
Or doing any more research before shitting out a pretentious, misinformed screed about it. What do you want from me? Nuance?
Is it water with the sheep
Misinformed.
in the box?
Sorry about that.
Misinformed. The sheep in the box dares to call anyone misinformed. He just called the hero's journey film theory, whatever it is. Like it's not narrative theory.
Film theory is very specific to a specific medium. The hero's journey is encompassing every kind of medium existing in storytelling. You got oral tradition, books, movies, TV shows. Pretty much everything has some element of the hero's journey in it.
Also, I'd like to point out, can you name like more than a few Last Jedi defenders who didn't at least one time mention the hero's journey? It's not just us. It's not just the toxic brood who mentions the hero's journey.
Yeah. It's like like you can pull elements of the hero's journey from relatively anything because it's very broad and general. There are specific elements, but they can be applied to nearly everything. Like Finn trying to run away and not go to Canto Bight is a refusal of the call, and then he's forced into it. That's an element of the hero's journey, but it doesn't mean that's a well-executed hero's journey thing. It just has a hero's journey thing in it.
I just don't understand hating on the hero's journey. It's like you don't have to use it. It's a blueprint. It's like it's like a joint that somebody uses for wood. Like how do you want to conjoin two pieces of wood to make a corner? There's a lot of different ways. You don't have to use any one of them, but if you use none of them, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Well, then you have the inverse of that with Wit and Folly, who takes the hero's journey onto the heroine's journey, onto the Nerika's journey, and just spins a tale of absurdity that you just sit there and going, Wit, what are you talking about anymore? What are you trying to tell us? So
what are you trying to convey to the world, and how is this supposed to help anybody other than the weird people?
The heroine's journey is wild. That's a wild trip. The heroine's journey.
I feel like going on a heroin journey when I'm watching that video.
Yeah. Okay.
Smoke wood joints. Yeah, wood joints punish berserker.
he's not smoking the joint.
This video.
That's a totally different conversation, sir. I think we're
Totally different kind of joint, but I will take both.
Everyone, I just couldn't resist. Just a short one again for you today because there's something I needed to get off my...
Okay, Lava Chan has evolved from a molten rock to gaseous
space
clouds.
Also, his I don't know what it is, but I think his video style just degenerated 1,000%. I don't know what happened. Like I don't know. I can't place my finger on exactly what changed, but it degraded a lot.
Yeah. Apparently, the last 2.5 minutes was a joke.
I wonder if he didn't continue with that style because it was too much work.
Yes,
probably.
He knows his limits, right? He's very good at his job. So
yeah, the 2 minutes probably took him forever.
Just so you know, anyone who's ever watched any of his videos, it takes very long for him to introduce an idea, and I don't know when he stops before he gets to an actual point of the video. So
yeah.
Really want to write 10,000 words on a topic that's basically entirely agreed upon in the academic community. Namely, I wanted to address a tendency I've been seeing crop up a lot in the right-wing media criticism.
You know that thing called the academic community? They just totally agree with everything I just said.
Yeah, so. That's what the one thing I know about the academic community is that they agree on everything all the time.
They don't have professors sniping at each other, making articles regarding their academic enemies. No, it's all hunky-dory and kumbaya.
Not once.
All of that boring BS.
There's just like no right-wing academics. It's mostly like just
it's the left-wing people who took over academia.
Yeah.
That's been agreed upon. Like the right-wing people went to radio and left-wing went to academia.
It's true.
In the media.
Yeah,
I mean, sphere, which is
he's
a
the one that brought
wild
up.
place at the best of times, judging by the way that a simple assertion of what should be an obvious philosophical statement, such as art is subjective, prompted hours and...
Art is subjective. Are we going to go into this now? Is this where we're going? The whole art is subjective thing? Okay. If I didn't know this was Lava Chan, I would assume this would be he would reference Hume at some point. But I don't think Lava Chan reads anything.
No, not Hume again. Let's misuse everything.
When he's trying to quote Kant. And
he didn't like us going over Patty Chan's video? He didn't like us going over Patty Chan's video.
I would be super impressed if he even mentioned a philosopher's name.
I would be impressed also. And then I'm pretty sure he doesn't. It'd be funny if he doesn't though, because maybe we could throw that lack of research thing back at him.
Well, the fact that he's saying this is an obvious statement, a philosophical, it's like, what the hell is an obvious philosophical statement, sir? Can you please?
It's whatever he's talking about, it's obvious. So obvious we can't really determine what it is.
My dad argues that value judgments are inherently subjective. I don't quite agree with that. In terms of, I think that you can assess quality in art, and you can assess how much something makes sense.
Well, that just means you're racist. Okay.
Yeah.
Objective criticism is racism. It's just it's a dog whistle or something.
Yeah. Yeah. They're dog whistling through Star Wars movies.
It's not like the philosophies of aesthetics and qualities have not been debating this for thousands of years. No, it's just obvious. It's just just philosophers. They know stuff.
Yeah.
And hours worth of content, and of course beef, because these people are incapable.
Okay.
He's still
You
he's
wanna
he's
fight,
still
you dog?
salty about that. He's still so salty about us covering him. He's still
It's gonna
so
be
salty.
Oh, I
He
love
thinks-
this.
He thinks
It's
that we
so
want like
wonderful.
that fight in like the what was it, the Ron Burgundy movie where it's like all the different news organizations meeting up to fight each other. That's what he thinks that this is all about. Like our objectivity will destroy yours. Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, we
we covered his video once. Like we covered one of his videos, and now it just happened to be about me because people let me know, hey, this guy covered you. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and cover it, and we did. And apparently, he's been salty about it ever since. Well, I never thought about him until PSA Sitch covered him yesterday.
That's one of my favorite responses. It's like you're a fucking asshole. I don't even think about you. Like
I don't even know who you
think about-
are.
yeah, I don't think about you at all.
Give the Thanos remark.
that was one of the
I'm busy
funnier
thinking
ones.
about how to oppress women. Why would I think about you?
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest, or what? Not the weirdest, but just the silliest ones we've ever done. Because it was so much crap to go through, and it took so long. We were like, man, what is this guy talking about half the time?
I've seen other criticisms of his video on me, and people who are on his side, who have the same beliefs that he does, and they say, this is awful. I wanted you to address his arguments. All you did was throw ad hominems everywhere. Like this is terrible. Even the people who, it's like the New Warriors thing, where even it's not woke enough, or it's too woke, or whatever. It's like even the Mary Sue hated the New Warriors from Marvel. It's kind of like that situation. Like his video was so bad. His video on me was so bad that even people who agreed with him didn't like it.
Of having reasonable discussions or debunking someone else's point in anything less than 5 hours of live stream, during which they attack, use ableist slurs, and misgender an autistic trans woman. And
I said on that video that I apologize.
Wow.
In the comments.
Wow.
You fucking dickhead. Of course it would
I
be
have
this guy. Of course it would be this guy that would disingenuously, like, and multiple times on the stream I said,
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm sorry. I know Eric Taxon. That's how I was introduced. And then there was a gap period where I did not know anything about this person. And then they came back as Patricia, and now my brain is trying to change. You know what I mean?
Fortunately for
Somebody
me,
came
I
back to
didn't know about the person at any time. I just
If
know
somebody
the Patty
came,
Chan.
My friend goes to war or something like that. My friend goes to war and he's like,
weird.
he's like, okay, I'm leaving. I'm going to Iraq, and it's Edward. He's going to Iraq, and then he comes back and he's now like Splint or something like that. Like his personality's completely changed. If I stopped calling him Eddie, which I had called him my entire life, it'd be fucking weird for me to go by like, oh yeah, that's fucking Master Splint. You know what I mean? That's after he was in the shit. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't fucking know.
He didn't
So
even say, like,
and then I left the comment on both our video and Patricia's video to be like, I apologize, I didn't mean to, because I don't want to be. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen. I don't want people to have the opportunity to get me on something that has nothing to do with the point. But he's got to do it. He's got to every slander, misgender. Got it. What else did we do? Did we call his mother ugly?
Yeah, because Lava Chen, Sheepy never addressed points. He only addresses the usual stuff like, oh, you're racist, you're sexist, you're a misogynist, whatever it is. He doesn't address arguments because he doesn't really, as far as we've seen, and we spent 5 hours covering this guy before, he doesn't have arguments. He doesn't have things to retort or to counter your points with. He just says, here's an ad hominem. He has a buttload of ad hominems, like a truckload of ad hominems, he tells at you, and no actual points of substance. So that's essentially how that goes with the Lava Chan video.
That's why it's 5 hours, because we have to take apart every single nonsensical statement and say, what the hell is he trying to say here?
We have to do like 90% of his video for him because he doesn't do anything. There's nothing of substance in his video. So
I think Mahler put it best in terms of, he said that it takes only a short time to put up bull crap, but it takes a long, long time to debunk the bull crap.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of them. I was on EFAP. One of them said something along the lines of, someone like throws a bunch of excrement into the room, and so it takes what 2 seconds to dump all of it. So it's going to take 2 seconds to clean up, right? No, it's not. It's going to take a lot longer.
Right.
And but one thing that's good
He didn't
though.
say that. He said ableist slurs, which is weird. Like, as far as I can remember, you never made any ableist slurs.
Is Taxon in a wheelchair or something? What's what?
Oh,
He said
you
he
can't
didn't
do
say-
a thing, so fuck you. Haha. What are you gonna do now, wheelchair man?
He didn't
So
even say like
stupid.
misgendering. He, as far as I can remember, I was ableist, and I was just like, wait, where are you getting that from? Oh my
Well, the
goodness.
ableist, that shit is so insulting to me because it's basically like saying you're a bad person because you think that people that can't do something shouldn't be able to. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? When did I say that?
Yeah.
When did any of us think that?
There are things that like people are not able to do certain things like and that need help, but like it doesn't mean that they're incapable of doing anything. Like even like a dwarf might not be able to reach like the lock of a door, but they can write a book or like or do make a program or something like that. Like they're able to do stuff. It's just that certain things are beyond their grasp just because of physical limitations. It's not offensive, it's just factual.
Just think about the word ableist. Like, you
Also,
are a bigot against people that can't do something.
Yeah.
Like, what? So you're saying I'm an asshole because you can't? Like, what? Do a kickflip, loser. You can't do a kickflip. Fuck you. Like, it's so what? Like, it's just completely meaningless. Ultimately, all of these ists just become one thing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we'll have racist, then it becomes sexist, then it becomes ageist, and then eventually it's just everything that you think is ist. And
Is
you're
an
just
ist.
a bad person.
I mean, that's why we call it istophobes. That's why we just boil it down to istophobe.
Exactly.
Like you're just an istophobe. Two things about this though. One thing is very relieving about how he compared the Smudboy stream to EFAP. So congratulations, Smudboy. You are still the short man because even though it's 5 hours, EFAP is 11. So we still retain the crown. And second of all, it seems like every time we cover one of these BreadTuber people, they take forever because they don't have any points or substance. So we have to explain everything for everyone watching because they don't explain anything themselves. They put up the hero's journey, they don't explain anything about it. So we have to go, okay, here's how the hero's journey works. Blah, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Because we have to do all the explaining for them so that people actually get the context.
Yeah, it's a structure that you can use, and it works better when you know it, and then you can play with it because you understand what it is. If you just kind of do it, it's going to be functional, but it's not going to be terribly interesting. But if you kind of play around with the hero's journey and its structure, it's going to be better. Like if you have a mentor who's the villain, or if you have a descent into the underworld that kind of isn't necessarily death, but it's more just like a emotional low point, or if the uncomfortable world is actually like really, really comfortable and they like being there, but then they have to get out. Interesting stuff like that, where you know what the toolbox you're in, and then you can build some interesting stuff using those tools.
I suddenly have much more respect for Witten Folly because she actually probably read some of the hero's journey or the Hero with 1,000 Faces. So that
I went
I
to
could
college
say,
and probably took a course on it.
yeah, she probably
That's why I always say.
knows.
It's probably why I always say. This is why I always say, can we watch a Witten Folly video instead? Because Witten Folly is probably the best person we ever covered, like relatively speaking. She actually knows her stuff, and to some extent, she just has a different interpretation of it, and her aesthetics are way better, like way better. It looks like she puts in work in her videos,
Especially the piano.
Lava Chan stuff. Not really.
Yeah.
But you can't really play her video and expect to stay up because I guess her music is copywritten or something. Because I played her video before and I got copyright claimed, so I don't know.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, we'll read a super chat and we'll keep on going. This is again from Gaylord Sapikowski. Thank you, sir. I give you all the R-word pass for this stream. Oh, isn't that
fantastic.
nice?
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Always love the R-word pass.
Racist.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Sometimes feel the need to spend 12 hours failing to own someone online because she didn't like a movie they enjoyed. That, of course, being the art of story structure and the strange tendency for many of these.
Okay, so yes or no? You want to take bets on this? Is he or is he not going to explain the hero's journey and why Mala was wrong? Also a side bet here. Do you think he watched all 11 hours of that stream?
No,
I don't know.
And
No,
besides, it's only like 3. They're only debunking her for 3 hours technically.
Yeah.
It's mostly just jokes.
Yeah, it was 3 hours. That's how EFAP
about
works.
I
It
don't
wasn't
even
11
think
hours on one video.
Lava Chan knows the word what monomyth means, so I don't think he could
I don't
explain
think so either.
the rest of the.
I don't think he's even read James Joyce.
No, he
I
has
am
not.
betting
I
no.
don't think so.
Finnegan's Wake is the best book ever written. You're wrong because you don't even know what it is.
Glib, I hate
You
you.
can't even read it.
I hate you, sir.
I'm more of a Dubliners guy.
Anytime someone brings up that book,
I really enjoy reading that though, because whatever it is, it's like taking apart a rubber band ball or something. It's like some sort of weird autistic like puzzle making activity for me to try and figure out meaning in this prose. And then whatever I come up with, it's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, but my high school philosophy teacher says, "Hey, here's a book you might want to read," and I was like, "What's this?" It's like, "Oh, you're gonna like it." And I was like, "Okay."
Is it Finnegan's Wake?
Yeah, I was like, the next day I was like, "What the flying crap did you give me? What the hell is?"
What was the book? Leviathan's Wake? Or
No,
what was
Finnegan's
it?
Wake. James Joyce. He did Ulysses.
Finnegan's Wake.
He did all these great
Ulysses.
books.
Ulysses was weird, but I think it's worth the read, in my opinion. Dubliners, definitely. Like if you want to be have an introduction to Joyce, I think start off with the Dubliners. It's really good. The Dubliners are really good.
I need to get through the Lycanius trilogy and Dance with Dragons before I get through anything else.
Okay, but before we continue the video, so Lava Chan has made an assertion. Like he said that Mahler and his crew they failed. They spent 11 hours failing to debunk Jenny Nicholson or whatever her name is, and he put the hero's myth, the hero's journey. Okay, so the next logical step for any normal video, like any normal video, will go into break down Mahler's points, and then tell us Nicholson's points, and then point out where Mahler failed to debunk them. Because he's pointing out evidence here, like, okay, they failed because of this journey, because of the hero's journey. So obviously, the next step would be going over the step-by-step basis and logical fallacies that they used or where they failed. So I'm assuming, right, the next part is supposed to be that him proving how Mahler failed in debunking Jenny Nicholson, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
So,
of course.
The issue is they are not like debunking like that her opinion is wrong. They are debunking that she is factually wrong on multiple counts. About
facts
the
are
movie.
racist. They're called hate facts, sir.
That's just your opinion.
Here's a super chat from EV. Thank you. I'll read this last super chat, and then we can keep on going. Well, you read my mind, Miss EV.
That was really good. I appreciate that, EV.
Bravo! I could clap, but I have my finger on the push to talk, so I can't clap on that one.
Self-important dipshits to read about the 3-act structure and the hero's journey online.
Okay, that's name calling part 3. I think he started with the other words before. So
that's kind of Lava Chan's whole thing. He doesn't really have any points, but I guess what's soon to be seen. Maybe he got better. Maybe he's gotten better. I've only seen one video of his, and that was the one on me. So maybe he's going to lay out points here. Now he's going to show. Does anyone really believe that Mahler doesn't know the hero's journey thing? I think he does. Pretty sure he does.
I am pretty sure he does, because everybody and their dog knows at least like the basics about the hero's journey. I'm not an expert, but I at least know how it works.
Okay, my Mexican super chat fellow has struck again. Thank you, Bogue. Thank God Bogue isn't sending super chats today. Yeah, thank God.
Oh, fantastic. Awesome.
Chat is super self-aware today.
Jesus.
Also like the fact that Lava Chan literally and unironically, straight-faced, used his criticism is long, therefore he's wrong.
Also, he has most of the criticisms don't have to do with the hero's journey. It's just that she is.
He just keeps
factually
posting
wrong
that
about
image.
Joker.
You're like, can you explain why you're putting that on the screen again, sir? Maybe.
Again, I think it's because everyone else does, so Lava Chan did too. I don't think he knows what it means.
So about Hume, right? You know, Hume is really.
Yeah, Hume. Because Hume, right? Please defend Patricia Taxon's video, Lava Chan. I would love for you to defend Patricia Taxon's video, because at least Patricia Taxon put up things that seem to be smart. They had to give us the illusion that it was a
It
smart
was
video.
a rambling series of ideas, but it was that was tough to get through.
Yeah, Patty. Yeah, I do. Patty Chan's stuff is still rambling, but like Jenny Nicholson's video on the Joker. Oh, that's so vapid. Same with the
It's pretty bad. Okay, so let's see what points and how exactly Lava Chan proves to us how Mahler was wrong and Jane Nicholson was right using the hero's journey. Let's check it out. Let's see what logical, thought out points he has in store for us.
Specifically how it relates to Star Wars and George Lucas's writing philosophy, and declare that any and all stories that do not adhere to it are in some way doing it wrong, sometimes with the caveat that this only refers to blockbusters, especially the modern Star Wars movies. The problem, of course, is that models like the 3-act structure and the hero's journey are not really templates for how a story should be, but are in fact ways of describing, analysing, and categorising stories after the fact.
What?
That wasn't.
That's kind of
I would
true.
actually agree with that.
I would say that's
I would concur with
relatively
that.
true.
He has made a good point.
Okay, but how does that
I
debunk
disagree.
Mahler?
No,
How
I
does that-
disagree with that. I think that you can have, I want a 3-act structure movie. I want a 5-act structure movie. I want
Sure.
8 sequences.
Yeah, you can.
I
Absolutely.
want the hero's journey. You can come up with your own template. What you need is a general method of doing it. That's what Kubrick said. Like, just as long as you have a general understanding of how to get there, because I've heard many different ways, but I've never heard anybody go, I just start writing and then I just get to the end. Those people always end up,
you can follow them. Yeah.
most
Yeah, I know
people's problem
Stephen
with writing
King-
is they end up at the second to the third act trying to climax, and they don't know where they're going because they don't have the structure set in place beforehand. How that is, if you want to put index cards on a wall and just go scene by scene, do whatever you need. But it's exactly what LiteratureDevil's saying. How does this debunk any of these ideas? Or
Yeah, he made the assertion that Mahler was wrong. That the EFAP crew was wrong on Jay Nicholson's points, and then he put the hero's journey. They're wrong because the hero's journey. Okay, so how were they wrong? Where were his points? Where were her points? Didn't do anything. He just came up and said, "Yep, Mahler's wrong. Jenny's right. Let's move on."
It's another thing is like I know that like somebody like Stephen King, like he discovery writes, like he doesn't really outline, and that's one of his strengths is like he's able to put out content, but sometimes his endings are lackluster, like It, for example, where it's a giant spider that they have to kill.
Let's see if he puts his arguments in the next sentence then. So he went from Mahler is wrong to they're explaining to us the hero's journey and how it's a category, and totally how no one ever thinks about these structures before writing, only afterward. And that's the way it works apparently. So let's see if he goes back to Mahler. Maybe this whole thing is about Mahler, because it probably would be if he actually was going to debunk Mahler's case and prove Jay Nicholson right.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. I would be so impressed if he actually had a logical argument there. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Short, they are a tool of literary analysis, not an essential part of storytelling like...
Okay, again, I don't disagree, but you can categorize your observations by using all sorts of techniques, the same way you could write stories with all sorts of techniques and templates and what have you.
Yeah,
So
exactly. They are for analysis, but they're also for helping you write a story. You can use them as a guide before you start writing. Yeah. So he's only half right and half wrong because he says the other half wasn't actually true.
Yeah, I technically only I mostly kind of figure out events that I want to happen and don't necessarily, and I just kind of figure out okay, these are the general events that I want to happen. How do I make it so that these things happen?
Right, like we all think of in terms of climax and denouement and rising action. We all sort of have that in our brain, but we're not actually writing with that in mind. So,
well, that's the thing is that you can you have the options, and then it's also subconscious. So you can, as long as you are aware of story structure in whatever format suits your brain, then you'll be able to circumnavigate your own universe. The issue is people that just have nothing. They have a negative aspect. I'm not going to do this. I'm not I think everybody goes through a phase where they're saying I'm going to be the most original writer ever, and then they read their thing and they're like, wait a minute, that's not what makes something good. That just makes it different. So I think that having some sort of structural format for it doesn't have to be I'm going to go one-to-one with the hero's journey. I mean, I've written stories like that, but if you don't have a
if you don't have a plan, it won't work.
Yeah, if you don't have a foundation.
Hey, Glib, can you crank up your volume just a touch?
That's weird. Is it better?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, I can hear
How
you.
is it right now?
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
perfect.
Okay,
Oh, perfect.
sorry. Yeah, I actually changed my setup a little bit, and I'm still trying to get used to it.
Yeah,
Great,
what can
great.
you do?
Just making sure. Okay, great. I think Ken chat was like, "Hey, can you like crank up a bit?" It's like I can't do anything. Glib's glib.
Hold on, yeah. I wouldn't want that.
It's better though.
Coherent characters or a central premise, although even that can be debated, but I'll leave that kind of abstract discussion of art to Patricia Taxon because it's quite a way out of my wheelhouse. And as a
Okay, so he's
At least he knows.
okay. So he's admitting he's ignorant and he's dumb. I want you to make this very clear. So he doesn't know half of the stuff that whatever Mahler was talking about or LiteratureDevil was talking about, and he's saying, "Hey, this is beyond me. I can't do this. This is for Taxon to handle." I'm like, okay,
Yeah, for Taxon. So yeah, I might be making rambly videos, but at least Taxon can make smart rambly videos that go nowhere.
So I have
so
nothing against people admitting their ignorance and stupidity. I do it all the time, even if it's not it's direct, meaning I don't know what I'm talking about. But again, thank you, Lava Chen. We know where you're coming from.
However, in the beginning, he said that we all failed to research it enough. So apparently, according to this, combining this admission with the earlier statements, he just assumes we haven't researched enough because obviously he just admitted he didn't know. So
Zektatism Major is here.
But he's going to teach us. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
Zektatism Major is here asking, how much for the other 5?
Oh, you know what, Zach? I completely ignored your super chat because you're Zach the Tism Major. And you're the one that forced us to watch Sharknado. So
Give an answer. Give an answer. Give an answer.
how much for the other 5? Oh, is that what he's talking about? Are you joking me?
How much for the watch the other 5 Sharknados? I think
No one is answering this question.
It's going to be a lot.
$500.
I totally don't want to watch those other movies. I totally don't want to. So it has to be a lot. Wink, wink.
$500. Let's go with $500. What do you think, Smud? Think that's fair?
$5.
I don't want to even think. I think we need a good month. We need a good month.
Even the chat said there are 6.
Yeah, there are 6 of them. There's 6 altogether. We still have the other 5 to watch. If we can go backwards, we can go from 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and then back to 1.
I don't think it's going to make me happy.
No.
I think
No,
it's
I
just
don't
going to
think
be
it
a painful, strange experience where I question what I'm doing with my life.
Yeah, we are not School of Movies. We do not commission shows.
I do have independent ones I do for patrons, but that's like I criticize like a manga or a particular episode of something. But geez, I don't know if we can handle that again. Maybe another month. We'll probably have time. But
yeah,
this
Well,
month,
maybe just me, Literature Devil, and Glib.
no, Glib will kill you.
At least with Lava Chan, we know there's not going to be any references to Hume and all that stuff in here. It's going to be straightforward, very clear, ad hominem attacks for 15 minutes.
And he's going to teach us about story structure or something. I'm not sure.
Results saying shit like this.
These heroes, this hero's journey, it's not a cliche. It is not a tired formula that somebody just thought of one time. It's human experience. You cannot get away from it.
I agree.
It is buried so deeply in your psyche. This is what resonates with people like nothing else.
Yep. That's true.
So this push today by so many people from a leftist ideology to disregard the hero's journey, to disregard this idea of archetypes. In academia, it's considered passé because everything the modern hip academic believes should be socially constructed. There's no such thing as an essential anything. In fact, if you believe that there is an essential ideal anything, then you are a dreaded essentialist, and guess what you might as well be if you're an essentialist? Bum bum bum, Hitler, the SJW's favorite little boogeyman to trot out and try to silence all arguments against them with. And they're trying to do this. This has trickled down from academia, and now it's permeated into entertainment industries, and we see this in our filmmakers and comic creators and everything. They are trying their best now to dissolve the hero's journey. This is what Rian Johnson said he wanted to do with The Last Jedi, to subvert your expectations. That's not just your personal expectations. He wanted to take that formula, that basic human experience of the hero's journey, and be the brilliant mastermind who was going to subvert it. Well, all he did was piss people off, and he made a film that no matter how vocally this little pocket of people want to claim they loved it, it will never go down in history as a classic, because it did not follow the hero's journey, and therefore it will not resonate with people.
This guy sounds like he knows his stuff.
Long after today's little in vogue social agendas, no one's going to even care about the movie because it does not resonate. And it doesn't resonate because it doesn't follow the hero's journey.
Can come across as fundamentally misunderstanding the relationship between story structure, storytelling, criticism, and analysis.
Okay, that was 4 things this man completely did not get, according to Lava Chan. Even though he just gave us this really good analysis of why the hero's journey is relevant and why others do not like it. So,
hero's journey is universal. I mean, it is. It spans cultures. It spans timelines. Joseph Campbell did not just put this together. He didn't just slap this together. He actually did work and study and research before he put this all together.
It's a combination of psychology and history, oral and written traditions. There's all sorts of history. When you read Here with a Thousand Faces, it's dense. It's hard to go through. And he goes way too far, actually, I think, with each of the steps, because it's beyond my understanding of this culture's characterization of, let's say, the seductress or the wise man. There's all these weird things. I'm like, what is he talking? What does this character do? So, and he goes into with Carl Jung a lot, with archetypes. So there's reasons why we have these patterns embedded in our psyche, embedded in our culture. So
there's a few things that you mentioned that sparked something in me, which is that number one, LiteratureDevil was asking earlier about why he hates Professor Geek so much. Maybe it's the professor part. Right?
Maybe
he's an academic. He's in academia, and maybe he hates right-wing academics because he thinks that they're brainwashing people. Maybe that's what he blames for the reason why he was right-wing and didn't see the light or something like that. And then the other thing was that you mentioned the Jungian archetypes and stuff, and that made me realize the entire reason why I researched that stuff in the first place was because I recognized that I was coming from a place of wanting to be. I wanted to be the best. Not that I ever would be, but there was just that part of me, that the champion mindset. Like, I want to try. I want to try to be the best fighter, or I want to be the best this or that. And when you have that mindset, you got to go and see what everybody's done before. You want to go down the beaten path. Why is it this way? Why did we go through the mountains and make a path here? Oh, it's because we had to get around this river, and there's all these issues and stuff. So what I think has happened is that there are these culture critics like this type from the SJW or something, and they're going in with a huge amount of ego, like, I already know this or that, as opposed to trying to see, well, maybe somebody that I think is a reactionary had some good points. That's something that would be annoying to them. So it's like, maybe Joseph Campbell was right, but if Joseph Campbell's right, then what does that say about Jordan Peterson or something? And then it's like, oh no, it's a rabbit hole of truth.
One other thing I did notice about this recent argument by Lava Chan is that this video he covered was not Mahler. I could tell that wasn't Mahler. It had different accent and everything. So when is he going to start debunking Mahler? Because he made the assertion, here he made the accusation that Mahler spent 11 hours failing to debunk Jay Nicholson on, I think what was it, The Joker or something? So when is he going to get to the part where he lays out Mahler's points and then lays out Jay Nicholson's points and then uses the hero's journey to debunk Mahler and prove that Jay Nicholson was a superior argumentee, or whatever you want to call them. So I think the video he just used was not Mahler in any way. So when does he get to that point?
Apparently Professor Geek is a reactionary. I have no idea.
Yep. Everyone is. Everyone's a reactionary.
They keep using that word. I do not think it means what they think it means.
I don't think it does either. But that's essentially where we are now. What's going on, Lava Chan? You made the assertion as pure name calling. Because if you don't prove it, it's just name calling. Okay, not everyone agrees with you.
That was a
Just
long
lay it
clip
out.
too. That was like a few paragraphs. He's like, "Yeah, this is wrong." Like, wait, what? Why? How? Where?
If he doesn't explain how, that'll be twice he's done this. He gives us a little scenario or a little example and says, "This is wrong." Okay, let's move on. Not explaining how it's wrong, just that it is.
Sounds very familiar to all those fans of The Last Jedi. Say, this is good. Let's count the frames of camera angles. It's like, what?
This is good. Okay, let's move
Yeah,
on.
we're
This is good. And basically, the video is like, this is good, this is good, this is good, this is bad, this is bad, this is good. Okay, video over.
where
Yeah.
mediocrity is celebrated. Great. Rather than
Oh, boy.
please improve.
I gotta catch up here. Look at all these super chats. All right, thank you, Bogue again. Do it. You know you want to have context for the reason they get hype for all the other characters. Come on, watch the other 5 Sharknadoes. You know what? I actually don't really care so much of the context of half this. I'd say probably 95% of what the hell was going on. I think the only thing I wanted to know more about was the sisterhood of Sharknado.
Sharknadoes.
I was like, what the heck is that? I want to know what that is about. But everything else was kind of like, oh, that's crazy. I'm going crazy. I can't watch this anymore. That was my general feeling. So.
And then Bogue or MVP.
Yeah, there's more from Bogue. Thank you, Bogue. Also watch Hame Fura Baccarina. I have no idea what you're talking about. So I'll have to write that down. Let me just write that down.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any idea what he's talking about?
Nope, never heard of it. It's probably an anime, very obscure anime.
Oh boy, those are fun. Oh joy. Okay. The last one. There we go. Rin Wesley. Thank you. This is why I like Georges Louis Borges. He was a disciplined deconstructionist of the hero's journey with the intent to understand the structure. Really interesting. That is tough to do.
Yeah.
That is really tough to do. So if anyone wants to read about the hero's journey and what it actually might mean, I would recommend some sort of guide. Not just reading Hero with 1,000 Faces just because it's so dense. You might need to either go to a school, go to a class, or apparently read Georges Louis Borges. Why not?
Yeah, I would suggest the Aleph. That's one of his good books because it's kind of like a linguistic reference.
Interesting.
But that's the book of his that I admire.
Apparently, according to Ken Kanaki, Hamafura is an isekai about otome subversion.
Really? What kind of otome subversion?
I don't know. It just said, it's in the chat right now, right above. But Smud, you don't understand the themes of Sharknado.
Okay, well, otome I think is a genre for women, or it's for women audiences. So there's lots of ways to interpret that with isekai, because isekai could be anything. So anyway,
probably in the Fourth Awakens Sharknado movie.
I guess we can continue with Lava Chan's video where he tells us at the very beginning of the video how all of us who critique these things don't do enough research, and then later on in the video he says he has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Also, this guy's banner image is a fucking Bitmoji. It may interest you to know that there are, in fact, several different models and conflicting methods of analysis of media, and the fact that the 3-act structure in the
Oh, wow. John Truby. Wonderful. Okay. I'm trying to remember John Truby, what he said there. He's probably talking about how it was invented a long time ago. It's not relevant to your script writing these days. And he has a good point because it's just an antiquated way of thinking of it, but you can use it. You can use a 5-act structure, use a 6-act structure. It doesn't matter. So long as you're planning it ahead and you're not forgetting about your characters, you're good. So just the idea of having acts or chapters or books makes no difference. You have planned it out, you've thought it through, and you're putting your characters on a journey of some sort. That's what's going on in these stories. Whether you're the Barber of Seville or, I don't know, another Puccini story, you're going somewhere. It's a little different than an actual play. I'm talking about operettas or plays or stage productions. Yeah, they're a bit different. But all you got to do is watch those things and say, do I want to write a story like that? Yes or no? Maybe I should practice. Maybe I should learn how to do that as opposed to just writing a short story in some capacity, in some style. Because when I think of context or when I think of structure, I immediately think of style. So whenever someone has an idea that they say, "Hey, what happened on the weekend?" "Oh, well, this happened and this happened and that happened." You're telling a story in your own way. So just practice that in the same context of a short story or a novella, and that's your style. That is also therefore your structure. So again, practice 3-act structure. You can do that. It works fine.
Might work just fine for you. Writers tend to be different, so you can use your journey. Maybe that works best for you. You can use a 3-act structure, 5-act structure. It all depends on how you write and what your preference is. Now, I would like to point out that this video is called "Explaining Story Structures to Reactionaries." So I can't wait to the part of the video where he starts doing that.
Yeah, because it's funny that he's got this why 3-act will kill your writing. It's like
so
I don't agree with that, but what I said earlier is that you will kill your writing if you fuck up the second to third act. That's
pretty
the big
much.
thing.
Pretty much.
I know that.
So I'm really waiting for him to go through this article and tell us the facts and the philosophies behind why this is true.
I know
He has done zero explaining it. He's popped in the hero's journey formula, zero explanation. He said that Mahler and Mahler was wrong about Debbie Nicholson because he was wrong about story structure. No explanation. He said that that one video was wrong. Professor Geek was wrong. No explanation. So I can't wait to the part of the video where he starts doing the explanation part of the video called "Explaining Story Structure."
Yeah, I don't know exactly what Truby said, but I'm assuming it's about character because Truby's really, really big on the weaknesses of characters and why they're doing what they're doing. So Truby would probably see any template as sort of like, oh, this is antiquated. But that's it. Other than that, Truby is extremely structured. If you read his book, he has like same thing what we did on our brainstorming stuff, very similar. So he is heavy on structure.
Imagine if instead of being like, yeah, let's go with this structure that Smud's presenting, I was like, no, that structure, that's not even real structure. That doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like something, instead of just going, I know that there's a foundation. I know that Smud has put together a bunch of material this way. This is a new way for me to do it. Why don't I give it a try? Maybe I'll incorporate it into mine. Because ultimately, everybody has their own thing. Like you can't 100% replicate it. We're human beings, you know what I mean? So as long as the end result, as long as you know where you're going, then plotting the path should be very simple. But if you're just, doing a Christopher McCandless walk out into Literature'ville, then you're going to fucking die in the wilderness.
Yeah, it's like, I want to be the next Haruki Murakami, and you don't know the basics. You can't get to telling slice of life stories where all these crazy things start happening. You won't know what you're doing. So you have to learn something. It's like baking cookies. You don't just blob of dough. I shall make a gingerbread man. It's like, no, use a mold.
So there's a
food metaphors again.
You need to do.
Yeah.
Or like David Benioff, who admits that he's bad at long form storytelling, so he just wrote a book that happens in a day, and it's bad.
No kidding. Yep. Let's keep going.
Hero's journey are the ones we in the West are most familiar with is mostly due to the fact that modern blockbusters are structured.
Okay, this is kind of that's a bit different than what we're talking about here.
Yeah, this is way off topic. Way off topic.
A lot of substance in his movies. Well, Marvel movies are kind of like this, made for popcorn munchers, which is fine. Yeah. But he put up an article saying 3-act structure will kill your story, will kill your writing. Didn't go into that. Now, a statement like that and a headline like that is not an argument. It's more like a statement. And the arguments would follow what happens in the article itself. So why not go into the article and present us with these arguments? Because they should be backing up your point, right? Why not go into the article? Why move on to the next one?
Yeah.
But this is a completely different topic.
Okay, just let's do an exercise from here on out. Everyone forget everything about story structure that you know or have learned already, and see if you can logically learn anything from Lava Chain's video, because his video is consciously titled "Explaining Story Structure." So let's see.
He doesn't explain jack.
Not yet, anyway. Let's see if let's see what he explains, because he's just so far he's just throwing a bunch of stuff at us with no explanation to back it up. So let's see if at the end of the video, you can participate with this too, Chad, if you want to. Let's see if by the end of the video, have we learned or would we have learned anything new or have discovered some new revelations about story structure that we haven't before, or maybe wouldn't have had before.
Extremely similarly, and above all, simply, because they exist to be as simple and digestible as possible, further compounded by the fact that most of these YouTube Rantsona movie critics appear to exclusively consume mainstream superhero media, lowest common denominator.
Again with Professor Geek, what about me? You copied my aesthetic in the first place. What about me? I'm feeling insulted here. Okay,
It's like the end of the Predator. Kill me!
Come
me!
on,
Do it!
I'm here. What are you waiting for?
Well,
What are you waiting for? Come here.
in case you guys don't know, I haven't really watched much of the Marvel universe. I've only seen Ragnarok,
Fine.
and I watched the Avengers with Mahler like a year or two ago. That's it.
He only mentioned us. He only mentioned Smudboy and I like once, maybe. Is he afraid? I don't know, because we covered him once, and he's never lived it down. He's still salty about to this day.
Yeah.
So is he?
You guys,
Wait,
like,
now
coherent rambling have
he's harping on Professor
destroyed
Geek.
him.
He's hopping on Professor Geek. I don't know what's going on. Like, what is he?
Yeah.
Did he like a falling out with Professor Geek? What's
It's a
happening?
weird thing because he just said that all these reactionaries just watch Marvel films, and here's a film or here's a video by Professor Geek saying there's a problem with Marvel films. It's like, well, what is wrong with that argument, sir? You're saying they don't do it, and then here he's critiquing one because it's bad. So,
The major issue with Captain Marvel is that she doesn't develop as a person.
The thing
through
is,
any part of that movie.
even the people who I know who have actually seen the movie Captain Marvel, because I have not. I knew it was going to be before it came out.
It's not
But,
good. It's
people
bad. It's
people who
very
enjoy
boring.
people who enjoy the Disney movies, Disney Star Wars movies like that. They normie friends. Even they didn't like Captain Marvel. They said she was too powerful, and she basically Mary Sue, and they don't even know what the term Mary Sue is, other than this basic writing 101. It's even normal people, even people who aren't into writing and all that stuff, even they recognize Captain Marvel as a Mary Sue character. She was way too overpowered.
Yeah, like she breaks the universe and makes it so that unless she turns into a villain and she's on the side of the heroes, there is no tension. Or unless like she's up against something like Galactus, since even like against Thanos, she was pretty powerful.
Yeah, she could probably beat up Thanos because of course she could. They said she could pick up Thor's hammer. She can do everything. She can do everything. She's overpowered. She's everything. She's the most powerful character.
Yeah.
I think she actually is canonically now the most powerful character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I think that's what they said. No, she's not the smartest. Actually, she's not the smartest. It's
That's Shuri.
Yeah,
That's Shuri.
Shuri's canonically the smartest. So Captain Marvel is dumber than her.
Okay, so at least she's inferior in one thing. The one thing that doesn't necessarily matter. If you've got a giant bazooka that nukes everything, you don't really need to be that intelligent. You just need a pair of eyes to aim.
A hammer, so to speak.
Yeah.
Action
Like
novels
Captain
and,
Marvel.
yes, Hollywood blockbusters, despite maintaining the air of a
There I am.
connoisseur of highbrow.
I am. Thank you, Lava Chan.
You're
that's
quoting
some good
Kale the
artwork.
Younger.
That is
Kale
some
Young.
good artwork.
I like Kale the
I
Younger.
like that. I
like
like
it.
that. That's some good artwork right there. I think. Have you actually used that, or is that?
It's on my website. It's actually on my website.
Oh, that
Lava
is
Chan can do
cool.
that right now.
I like it. Very classy. Very classy. Shows you're a man of excellent taste.
It's actually I copied it from a post from the movie. No, not the movie. The series Hannibal. Hannibal.
Oh, Hannibal. Okay. I need to watch that series. Is it any good?
It's excellent. It's excellent. I prefer the series way more than the movies.
Okay.
Very good.
With Matt Nicholson and Hugh Dancy.
Yes. Don't expect it to follow the movies very closely. It goes into its own.
I have
alternate
never
universe.
watched a movie.
But
I've never watched the movies.
in my opinion, my personal opinion, I think it's far better than the movies. In my personal opinion, I really, really enjoyed the Hannibal series.
I watched the Grimm series. If it's as good as that one, I'll probably be very satisfied.
Let's see what he has to say about you, I hope.
Media and literature. Not that there's anything wrong with enjoying those things, of course. Not every movie can be a Tokyo Story or Ladybird, and I've spent a lot of
Okay, so you just posted a...
You just popped me in there. Said I'm not actually well read or anything like that. It's like I'm not a consumer of literature or anything like that, and then moved on
I guess.
without having
Which
proved that
I would
assertion.
say he has never watched anything with Literature Devil in it, because clearly Literature Devil has read quite a few things. Because
No,
if
he
not,
hasn't.
he would
He's
just
faking
be
it.
Yeah, I'm
rambling.
thinking, I've never read the book.
He would. Is that Cato the Older?
Yeah, Cato the Elder. Is that the guy that said that?
He's the old one, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's the old one. The same guy. Is it Cato the Younger when he was young, and Cato the Elder when he was older? Is that how it works?
Is it Cato Jr.? Sorry, I just the pseudo intellectual, like the sniping is always funny because it's like, it's like it comes down to like a trivia thing where it's like, yeah, well, did you read the Koine Greek Bible in its original text? Well, then you're not into ontology.
Lava Chen has figured me out. I've never actually read any books. I just watched the movie of everything.
Yeah. I watched the movie of Dubliners.
Yeah, I watched I watched the movie of the Dubliners.
Jesus Christ, it saved me. But in a movie, not in text.
But seriously, read the Dubliners. Like, seriously, read the Dubliners. It's fantastic. James Joyce is a really good writer most of the time.
Okay.
I would agree.
Channel talking about Star Wars and Harry Potter, so I'm definitely not immune to this, but if you're not curious or interested enough in a variety of different approaches to the art form outside of basic, bland Hollywood blockbuster shite, and especially if your only interaction with storytelling appears to be watching superhero movies and reading comic books, then sorry, but your opinion on what storytelling should be like...
Wait, what comic book was that? What comic book was that?
Captain S. Britain? Captain S. Britain, maybe?
Like a Confederate superhero? What is that from? What kind of comic books are you reading, Lava Chan?
So he's categorized these people, or us, I guess, as people who just watch Marvel movies and read comic books. Sadly, I've not read...
Bub, here's my credentials. I have read the first Law trilogy, Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, Count of Monte Cristo... the Licanius trilogy, every single one of every 14 book in the Wheel of Time series. I've read every single Brandon Sanderson Cosmere book.
Hold on.
But do you read comics? Do you read comics and watch superhero movies? Then your opinion's invalid.
That was a Fox Day comic.
I don't read comics. I don't read comics. I have watched several superhero movies. I've also watched Nightcrawler.
No, but see, like, it's not
John
even
Wick
you saying all these things doesn't matter because he's not characterizing you. Like, I don't want to hear like, oh, I've read this book and I've watched this. It's like there's no barrier of entry into storytelling at all.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody who had never read a book before could tell me what they think a good story was.
Yeah, so this read, I think his name is John. What's his name? It's not Carpenter.
Sorry, I apologize.
No, it's okay. I understood what you were doing. It's just like there's no reason to do that.
Yeah,
that
pisses me
off. No, hold on. Go on Literature Devil. What are you saying?
I what his name was. It's not. I would keep coming with John Carpenter, but I think it's Jonathan Carver. I think that's what his name was. Jonathan Carver, and he was a student, a protege of one of the greatest editors of all time, Gordon Lish. My one of my personal heroes, Gordon Lish. Fantastic. Everyone who wants anything to do with writing or editing or anything like that, go and research Gordon Lish. Big influence on how I do things, Gordon Lish. But John Carver was one of his students, and he was not really all that big into reading. He's a blue collar guy, but he became very famous because of some people might argue because of Gordon Lish. They had a huge falling out between him and Gordon Lish because Gordon Lish was this fantastic of an editor that after he was done with Carver's works, it was...
What?
Oh no, we lost him.
Oh no, he died.
YouTube doesn't want people to know about Jonathan Carver.
Apparently, they want to cancel culture on John Carver.
Oh no. Well,
sorry, I went on a rant there. I apologize. Sorry, that just so annoying. So annoying.
Let's see if we can get him back.
Yeah. This is kind of like that. So dismissive to say you only read comic books. It's like
it's a funny thing.
There's some intelligence.
because LiteratureDevil, he comes from a book background, and he just recently got into comic books and critiquing Star Wars and what have you. And we always talk about books and all the stuff we're reading, the authors I'm reading. So this is going on for at least a year. So he loves Hemingway. I mean, there's all sorts of other Russian authors. There's just all kinds of stuff that we know. And all I have to do is ask Lava-chan, who are you reading right now? What books are you reading right now? Just tell me. And I'll be happy to read with you, and we can have a conversation. Because then I could really identify with whatever the heck Lava-chan's talking about. And maybe he can learn a lesson that not everyone is painted the same way you think of them. It's just a strange argument to make about people.
Yeah, it's just I like, much as I don't like the left, I think the worst part of it is just how so dismissive they are about people who just don't agree with them. It's so irritating that they just say, because you don't agree with us, you must be stupid. And it's like, no. We have articulate arguments for why this thing is not very well written. You can totally enjoy whatever you enjoy. That's fine. We don't care. It's just when you're trying to make a qualitative argument, that's when we kind of have to say, you're factually wrong here, here, and here. Sorry.
Yeah, especially when he's accusing us of only watching Marvel films, only reading comic books. It's a very strange thing to say in general, because there's so many people out there that obviously don't agree with Lava-chan. And again, it's the same thing with Xander. He's so ignorant of who he's addressing, calling people bigots and racists and all these other silly things without having...
Give us a soundbite. Give us a soundbite, bub. I would like a soundbite of us being racist or ableist rather than you just proclaiming that is so.
Yeah, so.
But they can't. They can't.
We're going to keep going. I'm sure LiteratureDevil is going to jump back on because he loves this kind of discussion, so we'll fill him in as we go.
Yeah.
Even what a superhero or Star Wars movie should be like is at best not considering art that falls outside of whatever's popular right now. And
No, we know very much what a Star Wars movie should be like. We've watched all of them. We've read some of the books. I actually haven't read any of the comics. I don't know if there are any that are any good. But we know the formula. There is a formula. You can match. This is what I mean by observing something after the fact. So it's like, okay, the creators who make something, they have their own formula. And the observers who categorize stuff or look at something from afar say, we have our own formula as well. So I understand that concept. And I can tell you what makes a James Bond film, what makes a Harry Potter film, what makes a Star Wars film. Like we have patterns.
Lord of the Rings film?
Yeah. We know what goes into them. So that's when we say our expectations are XYZ. And people say, well, that's just your opinion. It's like, well, no, I have all these other stories I can compare it to with the same pattern. And that's what I expect. It's not my opinion. That's literally what's in those films. I just happened to write them all down when I was watching them. Oh, this is the same as this one. Episode 3 has lightsabers too. Oh, their fighting is there as well. So we can always compare. Why is this one better than that one? Because of the elements they're in and how they're expressed. It's like going to an Italian restaurant and then going to a different Italian restaurant. Say, oh, this sauce was better because it was cooked for 3 days and had 3 kinds of bones and all fresh basil or what have you. So we can make these observations after we've experienced things for so long. So you do that with everything in life.
Yeah, and especially like when you have like 2 or 3 of the same thing, you can easily compare all of them to each other.
Yeah, you do this. Oh, this reminds me of this episode when Harry Potter did this. Why couldn't he have done that? What happened? Author, did you forget? Like these problems happen all the time in all these big stories where they forget. Like especially with George R.R. Martin, where he just forgets entire characters and he comes back to them 2 books later. How do they get from one part of the world to the other and the other part another kingdom? It's like, oh yeah. Like you have to keep track of all these characters. That's why I find his books rather boring, just because there's too much to track.
Yeah, I think another problem is basically like he's taken so long to come up with his next book.
I'm telling you, he's gonna die. He's gonna die. Forget about it. There's no. He's had 10 years, if not more, to write a book that everyone wanted.
It's 9 years. Yeah.
that everyone wanted, everyone was waiting for, while it was hyped up to the best hype machine you could hope to have. Okay? Imagine, Dunn, if you had your books published, made into an HBO series, you would be through the roof. You'd be writing your ass off. You would be attending conventions. You'd be a crazy man, but you'd be excited beyond belief.
And I'd also be writing it. I would like try to get it finished before I ever let it become a movie. That's why Aragon the movie sucked, was because the other 2 books weren't out.
Well,
and also it was
it's
bad
also a
writing.
ripoff of Star Wars.
Yeah, that too. Like that's like it's ridiculous how much Aragon rips off the original trilogy. Like even down to the Emperor's throne room fight, the Vader reveal, Obi-Wan, Yoda. It's so annoying. I do like those books, but it's so, like one of my main criticisms is basically like you could have gone for something more mythical structure, like a Hercules narrative or something else, and you picked Star Wars. That's very ingrained in the cultural lexicon. You're inviting comparisons, and they're not going to be favorable.
All right, we're going to keep going.
At worst suggesting that all art that doesn't conform to the exact structure of a Star Wars movie or whatever the fuck Disney movie they remake whilst losing almost all the elements that people liked about the original is wrong, because it ignores not only the ideal but the only valid way to structure a story.
No one has ever said that. There is no one way to properly structure a story.
It's very condescending without any kind of argumentation. That's a very common trait of this. It's like all this straw manning going on.
Essentially,
he's comparing 2 very different things. He's comparing a Star Wars movie and a mainline series versus a Disney live-action remake. Those are 2 very different things. One is a sequel that is trying to like subvert and twist the tropes of the original, while this one is just trying to be a carbon copy of the original.
I actually really liked Beauty and the Beast, the live action. I really liked it.
Okay, well, of course it would cut me off. Of course, everything would freeze right in the middle of me explaining something.
I don't dislike the movie as a whole. I don't particularly like the moment where Beast reveals the library to Belle. I think that's kind of my one major gripe with that. It's like, I don't like that moment. But I think the rest of the movie is fine. I'm just saying, like, it's very similar to the original. They didn't really change much.
So what did Lava Chan say now?
That we all have to stop watching. Basically the same thing. We have to stop watching Marvel movies. Stop applying the Star Wars formula to Disney films, which is like. And then he showed a picture of Beauty and the Beast live action. We're like, what are you talking about?
Okay. But Star Wars are Disney films now.
True, but a remake is basically just an iteration of an original classic and then just putting in live action. So it's pretty much beat for beat. So don't know why.
Please tell me that I didn't miss him explaining everything.
No.
We're
getting there. I'm sure.
He just made a series of statements and not
awesome.
anyone.
Awesome. He's still making statements that he's going to obviously prove later. Okay, cool. I was hoping, I was worried I would miss him explaining the points he's made so far. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Go over just some of the other models of story structure, shall we? First
Fantastic,
off,
awesome.
all the way back in the 4th century BCE, Aristotle believed that a play should have 2 acts, the complication and the unraveling. A couple of hundred...
Okay.
Big ideas, one said.
Here we go.
He did end up referencing a philosopher.
Yeah.
And I think he's completely wrong, because he doesn't reference that as a structure. He doesn't have a structure. The only thing he says regarding structure, aside from plot, 4 kinds of plots, are there's these 2 complex words I can't remember, but I know what they represent. One of them is the revelation that you're no longer as strong as you are, so that the strong knight goes against the dragon and loses. So it's like a turn of fortune. And the second one is another revelation where you find out the truth of something. So you find out Oedipus married his mother, or you have to change. You have to change in order to grow. That's the only two parts of tragedy that I can think of. That's mostly what Aristotle talks about. He does not talk about structure. All he does is say there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. And that's very loosely connected to the rest of the poetics. So I really want to know where he's getting this reference.
I guess he'll explain it to us in a second. Also, it's kind of strange he would go with Aristotle and not jump to Sophocles. Because Oedipus is one of the more famous Greek plays, and Sophocles does have some philosophy on how plays should be written.
Well, yeah, if he was to talk about Aristotle, he would have brought up Homer. And
Homer, exactly.
And it's like you can't just say stuff. Like someone who actually read Aristotle. If you read Aristotle, the Poetics is so easy to read. It's like water. You just drink it. Oh, it's great. And he just went, oh yeah, there's these two forms, and Aristotle said this. It's like, no, he didn't.
Aristotle is all about forms, if I remember correctly. Isn't he the one who came up with the philosophy of forms? Was that Aristotle?
That was Plato.
I think Plato.
But
right,
when we're
Plato,
talking about poetics, Aristotle is very
Yeah.
structured, but he did not structure the play. He was talking about four different plots, and the major one was the tragedy, because he's really big on catharsis. So that's why he broke
He
it
should
down.
have. He should have gone to Sophocles, because I know Sophocles. He speaks on this, and he's the guy who wrote. He's the guy who wrote Oedipus. So he should have gone with Sophocles, in my opinion, rather than Aristotle.
I'm glad he went with Aristotle because I know what I'm talking about. So it's just like, dude, just get the facts, reference something, then we'll see where you're coming from. But he just made that shit up, as far as I'm concerned.
So far, he's making plenty of references, but no explanations. Not even he's making references like Aristotle and references to random articles with headlines, and not showing us the actual article or what it says or how the article argues the points that they're trying to make, and essentially, I guess, his points also. All he's doing is just showing us this stuff. Okay, here's an article that says this. Here's an article that says that. Well, what did they say in the body? Well, give us more than a headline. Explain yourself. Explain the hero's journey to us. Explain how Molly was wrong. Explain how Professor Geek was wrong. Explain all this stuff. This is a video called "Explaining Story Structure," and you have yet to explain anything.
Explain something.
So he's listing forms of story structure, I guess, and he just went through Aristotle like it was a 5-second thing that just is established, which it's not. So
Aristotle, right? Anyways, move on.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm a bit offended, honestly, because I was expecting a lot more, but okay.
I was like, oh, he's referencing Aristotle. Okay, he's going to get something interesting now, and then he just moves on from that point. I kind of like how he's brought me up and said pseudo-intellectual. Anyway, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you expect?
Can you explain how? Reference things. Explain something. I mean, come on.
Yeah. If this was this community was a family in medieval times and they had the motto, it would be, "We do not qualify." We do not qualify jack or crap.
Here's the super chat from Jake the Surgeon. Thank you, sir. So is he a cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller?
That's what CHUD means.
Yeah, I know. I just like.
Right. It was a movie.
I don't actually get the ref. I don't know where that came from. Is it from a movie?
It's from a movie. There was a movie. It's called CHUDs or something like that.
I don't get how that pertains to anyone.
No, yeah. CHUD from 1984.
Really?
It's like a B movie. A bizarre series of sudden disappearances on the streets of New York City seem to point towards something unsavory living in the sewers, and it's fucking alt-right Nazi.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone like that before, even close to any of those words. Like, who lives underground?
Well,
I guess it means basement.
Yeah, it's like a basement dweller, like a pseudo-intellectual. But it's like, to me, I feel like that describes a lot of people on BreadTube.
Yes.
I think the BreadTube people should actually get breadtube.com and do their own video hosting, so they all know where to go to and make, 0.00001 cent on every 1,000 views or whatever the rate would be. just to know where they're coming from, because they don't believe in money and making cash and being profitable. So
capitalism is evil. Thanks for $10 super chat.
Yeah.
Let's just let's foster this idea that we're all just fat basement dwelling losers. Let's
Yeah.
keep that going because it'll be very convenient.
I
cover
technically
story.
sleep in my parents' basement, but that's mostly because I'm going through college.
Well, how dare you? Why aren't you making $1 million and going to college where you're to have like $250,000 of debt or something like that?
I have
How dare
zero
you live
college.
at your parents' house?
I actually have zero college debt.
How
been
dare
used-
you be clever about getting your education?
How dare you? How dare you be
matter
good
what
with your
you do,
finances?
Saving money.
How dare you?
Yeah.
You spending
Like-
your money and giving away to the poor and stuff like that because money's evil.
What? Why
No,
aren't
I'm
you
just-
listening to philosopher Gary Stottle from Nebraska talk to us about
Gary
Yeah,
Stottle.
I'm just putting my money into I'm funneling as much money as I can to the stock market right now. Have you
I
seen how
I
much
think I might
cruise
steal that.
designers are down?
I think I might
Yes.
steal. I think I might steal Gary Stottle for
Yeah.
to make strawman arguments or something like that. So I can.
Well, that's
something like that.
Please do,
Yeah,
please do. That
and-
would make my day.
And thus we see that,
Gary Stottle.
and thus we see that the Gary Stottles of the YouTube realm always say this, and this about story structure. We can't apply all story structure, but this is why they are wrong.
Not even this is why they're wrong. He doesn't say why they're wrong.
He doesn't say anything. He just barrages it with stuff and then says you're wrong and I'm right. That's all he says.
I don't think he even
7
says
minutes
that. He goes even further. He doesn't say you're wrong because that would mean that you considered it. He says you don't even know. You don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't even know what he's talking about. What the hell is Aristotle?
I don't know
have to do
either.
with story structure. I'm like, what?
I didn't even know Aristotle spoke about story structure. I just know his philosophies and stuff like that. I just went over his philosophies, and I'm more akin to I'm closer in study to Plato than Aristotle himself. Yeah, I remember someone reminded me of the critiques of my video when he covered me of why I'm wrong. He says we have a guy in the suit, the lazy editing, and the pretentious voice. And he's only only one third right. 2/3 of that is wrong. Actually, maybe 2/3 of that is right, and 2/3 of that's right. Lazy editing out. It's not real. It's not really all that lazy. I don't think.
Let's find out who this person is. I don't even know what this is a picture of, but we're gonna quickly find out. He's gonna spend a whole 4 seconds on him. I bet.
Years later, Roman poet Horace wrote that a play should not be shorter or longer than 5 acts, and in fact it was...
Okay, so that was who? Leto?
Who said this?
Aristotle, apparently.
So Aristotle says 2x.
Or
Aristotle said 2x. This guy said 4 or 5 acts.
And he's wrong.
I missed who the second guy was.
Yeah, let's try it again.
These are just both options. I mean,
his accent is pronunciation or a lisp? I don't know what that is. It's just hard to listen to.
The Complication and the Unraveling. A couple of hundred years later, Roman poet Horace wrote...
Okay, Roman
poet...
Horace.
Roman poet Horace.
Oh, gosh.
See, that's why I wanted Shiny here, so he could explain
Stick with
this
it. Make an argument and stick with it, please.
So we're going from...
Elaborate on your point.
We're going from stage productions or oral traditions to... poetry, I guess? Let's just find out.
That a play should not be shorter or longer than 5 acts, and...
Okay, so, again, that's fine. You can say things like that, but we're talking about that time period when that's all they had. All they had was stage productions, so...
Yeah, they didn't have TV or anything. They didn't have iPods or something. They didn't have Netflix back then.
Right, so...
People went to plays.
Plus,
that's the bit... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, plus they're looking at the inception of musicals later in the centuries. So that would then say, 7 acts or 8 acts or what have you. And is that dramatic plays? Are those comedies, etc.? So there's all sorts of different things. What is he talking? Not all plays, not all stage productions, not all musicals. So which ones?
I'm getting kind of the hint that he didn't actually read these people or research these people. He kind of just went to the Wikipedia and said, "Okay, I've read enough so I can make my video." Because he's not explaining a thing. He's not going into their philosophies or how they thought these things worked or giving us examples of how these structures would work in an actual story or modern examples or anything like that. He says, "This guy said this. This guy said this. This guy said that. Let's move on." No explanation.
And how does that apply to our current way of critiquing stories? I really want to know that. If Horace is talking about stage productions.
I'm still waiting for any sort of connection or any sort of explanation in a video called, again, explaining story structure. So I'm assuming he's going to pump all of that into the end of this video, the second half. Okay, we went over this guy. Let me explain. Although it would be ideal to explain something as soon as you name drop it, because that way it's fresh on our minds. Like
you think
Aristotle said, there's two acts to a story. Here's some examples and here's some explanation. I think it'd be better that way. But I'm guessing he's going to pump all of his explanation at the end of the video.
Yes, let's go with yes. We hope.
In fact, it wasn't until the 4th century AD that the 3-act structure, which was later repopularized by Sid Field in 1979, was suggested by Aelius Donatus, a Roman grammarian, which was apparently a job back then, with the 3 acts in question being protasis, epitasis, and catastrophe.
It was called
That's
an
not funny.
editor.
He's just finding off
still
facts like,
exists.
I guess that was a job. Let's see this continue on. That was a thing back then.
I imagine that was probably an editor or something. Like, that was their word for editor, which we still have today, sheep in the box.
Yeah, plus catastrophe was definitely talked about in Aristotle's time. I remember reading him talking about that. So, you know,
I like how Sheep in the Box basically said that we don't have to follow the Joseph Campbell's story structure. We don't have to follow the hero's journey. And then it went off to spouting all of these other structures, and then kind of as an argument, as in we don't have to stick with one thing. And not explaining any of it, or even how the base one works, the hero's journey, which is the one we keep bringing up because of Star Wars. He hasn't broken down anything or compared anything. It's just, here's a story structure. Here's what this guy said. Here's what that guy said. Yeah. So let's move on.
And the
That's
overlap
so he's saying he's explaining story structure to reactionaries, but earlier he was saying that it's like the hero's journey is easily misinterpreted, or it's not really that important, or something like that. But he's jumping from like hundreds to like thousands of years later to different formats, and I'm just wondering, so did these story structures work for hundreds of years? Is that what you're telling me?
As it seems like.
What's the message?
Here's the thing too. You can have a 3-act structure. You can have a 5-act structure story. It could still follow the hero's journey.
Or you can have an Odyssey, or you can have an Odyssey story structure.
Doesn't this
like
also...
The Hobbit's an example of an Odyssey story structure.
Well, so I want to feed off that point, because he said earlier that I thought that these were all post hoc arguments, like they're all critical analysis. They're after the fact, right?
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure
now he's contradicting himself.
His team did that. I'm pretty sure George Lucas and his team didn't they actually actively follow the hero's journey formula after a while. At least some of his team members did.
Absolutely, but even so. He's saying, look at all these story structure types that you use to create your story. Or are those critical? He's saying, well, no, because he's saying that Aristotle said your story should be like this, implying that you should follow a path to make things happen. And that just goes into, to me, what I've understood about history is that one of the greatest things about these ancient philosophers is that they were working with very little, or they were working with a lot of basic ideas from their version of history, and they wanted to elaborate on it to make it so that it would stand the test of time, and that's what makes it interesting. But it's obvious that it would be a 2-act structure first, and then later we'd get a 3-act, and then we get a 5-act, and then we get 8 acts, not 8 acts, but like 8 segments or something, like, because depending on if you want to make it more complicated or if you want to boil it down to something, you're going to go in different directions. And clearly history is trying to go towards more complexity over time. Like, any of these things also can be reduced from, if you have an 8-segment movie or something like that, you can reduce that into a 5-act structure, which you can then simplify into a 3-act structure, which then you can simplify into just the 2-act structure of the rise to the climax and then the resolution, right? That's all just 2 acts.
Right. And all he's done, though, is count the acts and say, Aristotle said 2, Horace said 5, this Roman guy said 3, plus he said some stuff that Aristotle said as well. It's just like, okay, so is it acts? Is this what story structure is? Just count the chapters? Really? That's it? No details?
And again, he has yet to debunk the hero's journey. You can have a 5-act structure. You can have a 10-act structure. I don't care. It can still follow the hero's journey. It's still possible to do that. Okay.
I just want to point out something, because Uncompetitive is saying, and I usually ignore him, but it's saying Campbell sees through the male lens. He's a conservative, hence the return to the status quo. It's not a political statement. The status quo is what happens once you
like it happens to every musician, every Olympic athlete. Like, you know, you go and you win a gold medal, and then you got to go home. It's not like you're going to be the gold medalist forever. The return to the status quo is, yeah, it's relative, and it's also a personal thing for the character, not for the politics of the environment.
The character doesn't go like Luke Skywalker doesn't go back to being a farm boy. He at the end of his journey, he returns to status quo, but it's his new status quo.
And he's no longer necessarily the hero of the journey because the journey's concluded, and now there's a new normal, like you're saying, the new status quo. So
there's a big
the return is returning to the idea that you don't have to be chasing the dragon to slay it.
Right.
You've already slayed the dragon, and now what? That's the return.
There's that big. Remember, we were learning about the heroine's journey. How there's that big question asked of Campbell, saying, "Hey, why can't a woman be the hero?" And he specifically said, "No, women are the prize. Women are the goal." Which which can be construed as, Campbell's was short-sighted. He wasn't thinking in terms of that light. And we could argue, he was wrong in that regard, because it doesn't really matter what the goal is. It doesn't really matter what the hero is. And that's why the heroine's journey became a thing. They wanted to write a story for women, but it ended up just becoming the hero's journey, but women embracing their femininity. It was like, okay.
Far weirder.
That sounds like
a far weirder version. Like, you should really look at the heroine's journey. It's really strange. It's a really strange thing. But
I wonder what the basis for that argument would be, because I've never heard that from him. I mean, I don't know what the context of that statement is. So he was just referencing the hero in the masculine sense, or
you have to keep in mind that Joseph Campbell studied many stories over many years and many cultures, and according to his research, is that it's usually a male character going through these steps. So it didn't really all that occur to him that a female character would go through it. But thing is, it's universal. Like, you can have a female character run through the hero's journey, just change things up a little bit if you want to. Doesn't matter. You could still have a female character run through it. It works probably just as well.
Right, because when you use terms like archetypes, it doesn't matter. We classically have archetypes of certain roles that are masculine or feminine, but nothing stopping a lore or a world or a universe being whatever that. You could have 3 genders, you could have 10 genders, it doesn't matter. So that's kind of the point. It's a template with archetypes that you can mix and match, and it doesn't make a difference.
And we want heroes, not necessarily male heroes. Right. We just want heroes.
I would love to see someone try and just like lay out why they think that would be like sexist or wrong or something. When I think that what LiteratureDevil you're saying is basically it's just statistical analysis. He's basically saying like the woman is the prize in the archetype. He's not saying that every story is like that. I'm pretty sure it's exactly what you're saying, is that is a the sum of what his research has told him. Now, if somebody wanted to make the counter argument from the perspective of like, oh, that's sexist or whatever, then I would love to hear them give me examples of female heroes that are not masculine archetypes. That would be fascinating. And then, because I think it's possible, and I think that also you could write a very interesting story about that.
I would love to see the female diplomat in a 3-arc story. Just use their wiles, their intellect, their quick thinking, how to navigate diplomacy, political intrigue. That would be great. Yeah. And you could say,
that would be awesome.
Yeah, there's a female who's very strong and very, not physically strong, just strong mentally. And that's what we could think is more feminine, as opposed to the masculine, which is the heroic, charge, violent sort of archetype.
Well, it's all if you want, if you want to get into the anthropology of it, we are using a retrospective argument to justify things. So it's very interesting when people say, it could be a woman, it could be this. I'm like, yeah, it could be anything. That's not even what we're talking about. We're just talking about archetypes and how things evolved over time. And you can't be honest. You can't have a holistic mindset that takes into consideration all sides if you want to negate that history did this or biology was tuned to do this through natural selection. Because I hear all the time the science arguments like, let's use science. Like, okay, then if we're actually going to do that, then let's be objective and figure out why it is that certain things are being said, instead of flipping out and being like, you're a reactionary.
Here's a super chat from Rin Wesley. Thank you, sir. I speculate the hero's journey is not gender specific because all players in the hero's journey are simply aspects of the human psyche. That's one way of looking at it. Again, we're talking about Hume with archetypes. So he laid out dozens of archetypes from cultures throughout the world. So the magician, from the gypsy to the wise old man, the young maiden, all these characters exist for a reason, and they're part of religious texts. They're part of oral and written traditions all over the world. So, and we're talking about the subconscious as well. So there's a lot of allegory to go with that. Yeah. It's not just real world stuff. It's lots of fantasy and myth. So, yeah, it's very interpretive. So that's the beauty of having archetypes.
Yeah. Oh, apparently Ren Wesley is a lady.
I am so sorry.
Thank you for your comment. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I like to be corrected. See, I love people correcting me. I want to get it right. So.
Oh, look, she says no problem, LOL.
There we go. That's good stuff.
It took until 1863 for any kind of comprehensive attempt to categorize and analyze these.
Okay, wait a second. Did he just say it took till 1863 to wait to get to a comprehensive understanding of story structure? Seriously? He needs a 2 lines to understand story structure. He couldn't read Aristotle, one of the easiest parts of Aristotle. He couldn't read poets. It took Freytag to figure this out, even though a 5-act structure is exactly the same as Freytag's pyramid. And plus, this is not plot. This is dramatic structure. This is drama. This is not plot. You could have dozens of plot points. I find that very telling of his understanding of literary analysis.
So this video is essentially, these things exist. Let's move on. I know they exist, cheap in the box. I'm here for an explanation, at least your explanation. I'm willing to give you that much, okay? I'm willing to listen to what you have to say, your perspective on things, but you're not giving it. You're just saying these things exist, therefore we're wrong. We know these things exist, Lava-chan, okay? We do.
I'd like to point out, in the book I wrote about how to write stories, I actually disregard all of structure. I say, do not follow Freytag's pyramid. Do not follow, 3 acts, 4 acts, whatever. They're useless. You can use them, but if you want to get good at writing, you're going to have to throw them away. This is why I like that article that he referenced, John Truby. He thinks of it as training wheels. And I agree. It's like, yeah, it's great. You will get down the street in training wheels. Yeah. But once you want to get on the highway, you got to learn to write. So you got to, break out of those rules. But you still have to understand how to ride a bike. You still have to get on your own 2 feet and learn to write different styles and learn to write bigger stories and arcs and all that stuff. So I get what he's saying, but if he thinks this is the easiest, I don't know, what was he reading before? Aristotle did not even have a structure. He said there was a beginning, a middle, and end. That's as easy as it gets.
Yeah. That's kind of how I try to write, is like, I have a few bullet points. Like, I'll be like, I want this, and this to happen, but I'm going to kind of discovery write my way to each point.
Yeah, the middle you don't know. You never know the middle, exactly. A lot of people have the practice of writing the ending first, and I don't totally agree with that, but that's a good way of starting, because then you know exactly how everything's going to finish, and you don't have to worry about doing things crazy because you know who's going to live and die, because at the ending you already wrote your ending. And
I've heard that's actually a good strategy to write mystery stories, is you start with the ending first.
Yeah, I would concur, because that way okay, I have to create this, and this event in order to make this payoff at the very end make sense.
It's very similar to creating lore, how you want to limit your path of how you're going to connect to plot point B or chapter 2. And you say, okay, this is technology, this is fantasy, this is magic, done. I'm not going to invent any more. and you just go with that. And you've created a character. Here's my fantasy warrior. Here's my techno mage. Here's my solipsistic thief or whatever. You can do that, and that'll structure and limit and focus your imagination. That's what you want to do. You don't want to blow up your imagination. You want to focus it like a sniper rifle directly onto the page. You want to blast all these ideas like bullets onto the page. You want everything to be punchy and work. So here I'm talking about style and technique, and he's rambling on about, this is the most comprehensive plot structure. It has 5 points. Yeah, just like the guy from ancient Rome who talked about
execute order Gary Stottle.
Gary Stottle. According to Gary Stottle.
Yeah. According to Gary Stottle, stories don't need structures. What they need are themes.
And Mary
Quentin reviews. Yeah,
exactly. The themes.
Thank goodness he's not talking about themes in this element.
No,
thank God.
He's talking about how things exist. This whole video is, did you know these things exist?
Wow.
Well, yes, I did. Yes, I did, Cheap in Box. Thank you very much.
This is the one we should be using, apparently, because this is his favorite. He likes this one. It makes the most sense to him, so therefore it's the best, right?
Yeah, therefore it's the best. How, it logically, is it the best? Who knows? But how does it make you feel?
And there's more than 5, I think. I think there's probably more steps to this, but I don't like this concept of you have to.
I've seen 7. Several iterations of Freytag's triangle that have more than that.
Yeah, you're right.
Stories by identifying the number of acts would arise again in the form of Gustav Freytag in Die Technik des Dramas, a study of the 5-act dramatic structure in which he laid out what has come to be known as Freytag's pyramid, which was split into 5 distinct parts, as the diagram on screen shows. So we have exposition, originally called introduction, rising action or rise, climax, falling action, return or fall, and finally catastrophe, denouement, resolution or revelation. Of course,
those last 3 are lots of stuff. So
yeah, they seem like they're small in there, but they're actually pretty big. Also, because this is the one he likes, he actually explained it a little bit.
Bravo there, Lava-chan. Congrats.
The first time we get at least the slightest bit of explanation of pretty much anything that he's brought up so far.
So 5-act structure becomes an 8-act structure. I don't know what the ending part there was about, but that's a big cloud of maybe that's part of the ending, maybe not. I don't know.
Also, you can totally have a hero's journey in a Freytag's triangle formula.
Right, and
it can totally happen.
It's not a plot structure. It's a dramatic structure. There's a big difference. So the picture showed plot structure. He said dramatic structure. Are we making a difference here, Lava-chan? Do you know what you're talking about?
Is taking classes on this stuff? I mean, come on, you get some, hire Wit and Folly to be your tutor.
Oh,
she knows this stuff
now you're talking.
Better than you do.
There's a clever lad.
Wit and Folly knows what she's talking about at the very least when it comes to the hero's journey and dramatic structure. Okay, at least she knows. So next time you want to do a video like this, Lava-chan, get some lessons from Wit and Folly first.
I don't know if she could be a proper teacher because he could barely grasp Aristotle and a bunch of poets. Wit and Folly is going to confuse the crap
used
out
it
of
for
him.
2 seconds.
Okay, let's keep going.
Fields of literary analysis and dramatic structure didn't end in 1979, and since then a number of competing theories have coexisted and all been used to varying degrees to, analyze and describe dramatic structure within a text, including...
Yeah, again, what's the point?
Again, what does this mean? What does it matter? I think it's because he's referring to how we keep harping on the hero's journey when we're critiquing Star Wars. But we're critiquing Star Wars.
Yeah,
that's the franchise that brought the hero's journey into the modern era and made it a household name.
Like I wouldn't use Aristotle's second whatever, which I know doesn't exist, to criticize, HUD from 1960s.
Aristotle's second law of thermodynamics, story dynamics.
For every action is equal and opposite theme.
Oh no!
I want to die.
The good news is we're only halfway through this video, so there's plenty more to come.
Oh god!
Execute order.
What the hell is this shape of the Bible bullshit? Like, what is? One like this is like
The shape of the Bible.
What?
Oh, is he going to get
shape?
into chiastic theory, chiastic structure? Please tell me he's going to get the chiastic structure.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
That'd be fantastic.
It looks like a toothbrush or something. What is going on here?
The Bible toothbrush. The new structure. Come on, just use bagel theory. We can get through this.
Northrop Frye's U-shaped model, in which comedies are structured in this sort of U-shape here, and tragedies, by comparison, are structured in the exact opposite manner in this inverted U-shape. Frye's model was...
It's the same shape! What are you talking about?
What? It's like, okay, so your comb is the shape of a comedy, just so you know.
I always thought combs were funny.
And then the opposite of a tragedy comb. Which do you have? It's
I think
if you turn it upside down, it's a tragedy.
Yeah, I think if you want to understand what he's trying to get at, I think Vonnegut made a pretty decent video about explaining dramatic structure. There's rags to riches and riches to rags and doubles of that. So,
right. But that's fortune. That's like so he goes up in fortune, then he goes down in fortune, and it's like that's the dramatic point of the story. But tragedy and comedy, this is a weird way to explain. I've never seen this before.
And I don't know
never seen anything
how
like this
relevant this is. Like, this is like 6 chapters. Is he reading the Bible? Like, what is going on here? Babylon? Are these settings? King Solomon? Okay, that's the third king of whomever. I know there's 3 of them. He's the third one. Saul, Solomon, and David. Sorry, second one. But Moses? Like, the Exodus? Abraham? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
There are many twists and turns in the story of Moses. It's not really one path. It's more like something bad happens, something good happens, something bad happens, something good happens, and they're not just small things. These are huge things that happen in the journey of Moses.
Same with Solomon. It's a huge. I mean, we're talking all kinds of stories. David is another king of Jerusalem. I haven't read that much of the Bible. I was like back when I was a kid, right? So I could barely remember this stuff. But what is your point, sir?
Originally created to analyze various biblical stories, but has been used on other texts as well. And this is
such as
only in Western literature. There are other examples in different cultures, like the Japanese art of Johakyu, for example, which is very complex, but for our purpose today, is a philosophy that begot another kind of 5-act structure consisting of love, warriors and battles, pathos and tragedy.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that one is more like a Japanese structure that had to do a lot with samurai, like the samurai culture, that sort of thing. That one I haven't actually looked into all that much, but I think I have heard of it, if I remember correctly.
And again, should we apply this to movies in the 20th century? I guess.
But how does it apply to us? And how does this debunk Mahler's critique of Jane Nicholson?
Like, this is the equivalent of AT-AT Chan just going through all the camera angles of the throne room fight scene. It's like, yeah, you're counting them. And what's the point?
That doesn't have anything to do with the quality of writing.
Or critiquing. Like, he wants us to critique stories better. It's like, great. Which lens? Shall I use a feminist lens? Why? It's not a story about women. Why am I using this lens?
They're just upset because communism is a tragedy.
Oh.
My life is a comedy.
Thank you, Lenin.
Conclusion.
Oh,
How
I'll
about
take that. Lord Captain Commander Lin. I like that.
No, Lenin.
Oh,
Comrade.
Comrade.
Lord Comrade Commander
Lenin.
Commissar Dunovich.
Today we will play squash with the farmers. We drive the tanks.
I get the $50 prize for making Dunn laugh today.
The Kishotenketsu. That's the one I'm most familiar with in the Eastern writing structure. Is Kishotenketsu. The other one was Japanese style. I think it was usually more aimed towards theater plays. If I remember correctly, it's a pretty interesting structure from what I remember. I didn't look into it all that much, but I remember it's mostly pertaining to theater and maybe some poetry. But I think it's like rooted in samurai culture. I don't know, I might be wrong, but I didn't look into that much. But Kishotenketsu is usually used in China, Japan, and I believe the Korean area. So let's see what he has. Let's see how he explains this. I've never seen this structure before. What's the little curlicue thing? That looks kind of weird. But yeah, Ki is your introduction. Sho is your development. Ten is your twist, and Ketsu is your conclusion. Hence Kishotenketsu. There's also what is it called? Joe. I can't pronounce this, so I know all the weebs will be upset with me. But Joha Q Caillou. I don't know how to pronounce that. It means beginning break rapid.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the one. Pacing thing. Yeah,
that's the one we. That's the one he was referring to. Yeah, I think I don't know much about it again, but I think it's to do with more with samurai and theater and poetry, not so much Star Wars movies.
Well, to me, it's like a general pacing method, something that a writer would go through in their story and be like, well, I don't know what's going on. Oh, well, this is where my rhythmatic writing style should be at. Because usually it means like long build-ups, quicker rises, and then very fast climaxes, which is Japanese to me. Battle is kind of what describes that kind of modality where you take a long time to prepare, and then when you're getting there, there's a journey to get to the battlefield, and then the actual battle is only a short amount of time. But I don't know. That to me, it's more about philosophizing about how you go about writing a story. It's not really a structure that you adhere to. It's more of a tool that you use to find your structure.
I always talked about the trilogy of Mass Effect. I say that the problem is the inciting incident. So the beginning, it's a 3-part play, really. You discover the problem. The second chapter, you figure out how to solve the problem. And then the third part is you solving the problem. That's kind of, generally speaking, how you would do a trilogy. But there's other techniques to do that. So it's really based off the context of what you're reading and what you're trying to achieve in that story. If there's no problem, then you have to have a series of conflicts that are indicative of the character's growth. And then we're talking about a hero's journey again. So there has to, this to me is a journey. Whatever dramatic structure, I don't know I don't know what this twist thing is. It looks kind of strange. But someone's going on a journey learning something and having to change. And that would be during the twist where conflict occurs. So if you don't have that change, people aren't going to care. And we use the journey. It doesn't have to be a hero's mythos journey. It could just be any journey. I can go get a store, get some milk. That's a journey. So it's the steps along the way that change me or cause me to change. So you need conflict in there. And if there's no conflict, then you're just walking down the street for milk. So
don't you know it's not about the journey? It's about the friends we make along the way.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
I knew that was coming.
It's about family, really.
And honestly, we've made a lot of friends from The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker.
Apparently someone took a shot at me. Oh, it's Patricia. Okay, that's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Wait, when was that?
I don't know. Someone just told me in chat. I was like, whatever.
What can you do?
Kisho Tenkutsu, which was widely used throughout classic Chinese, Japanese, and Korean literature, and in essence is a 4-act structure consisting of introduction, development, twist, and conclusion. The fact of the matter is that much like attitudes towards nebulous concepts like race, class, gender, sexuality, and so on, humans' views of art varies not only throughout time, but from culture to culture as well. Likewise,
that was the structure for anime, by the way, the Kisho Tenketsu one. And it's if you like in medias res, go with Kisho Tenketsu. It allows you. It really plays into your need for in medias res. So that's what I would suggest. But Star Wars is not really into like that. Yeah, it has a lot of Eastern influences, but I don't think they use Kisho Tenketsu. I don't think so.
Not really.
No, not really at all.
I think these structures.
If they did, then Luke Skywalker would be on that ship with Leia. He isn't.
It might be no. Actually, I wouldn't say that. It's difficult because A New Hope is its own story, but it's taking place at the middle of a bigger story that we never really got to see conceptually. And then in addition to that, the sequel to that, Empire Strikes Back, is written as the second part of like a bigger macro story, but it's its own tragedy. So there's a lot of there's layering of the foundation of the hero's journey, and on top of the 3-act structure that's normal and the normal hero story. I would also say that Star Wars is largely based on other works, and so taking pieces of like the idea of the hidden fortress and the dam busters stuff and plugging that in there is a very basic method of telling a lot of the story. That's not as much structurally as it is conceptually, but that's what gets fed into the structure, which is the hero's journey and just classic,
victory, and I don't know. It's just, to me, Star Wars is a really basic mythological story. It's generalizing those motifs.
Yeah, I do. I will argue that for me, the best hero's journey film that I've watched that I could teach a course on the hero's journey about is actually Edge of Tomorrow.
The
That's
manga
not the
or
hero's
or the
journey?
movie?
That it is a hero. That it is a hero's journey. Like
Oh,
that you could easily like plot out beat for beat. These are each of the moments in the hero's journey in Edge of Tomorrow.
Did you read the
Right.
manga for that? All you need is kill.
Yeah,
I like
it's based on the
manga's
manga.
way better. Yeah, the
I would
manga's
say.
awesome.
Yeah, the manga is probably. I have not read the manga. I've seen like little bits of it, and I think it's very interesting. But I've only watched the movie. But I could definitely take a look at the movie and like say, okay, this are like Refusal of the Call, the boon of the supernatural, the mentor character
got it.
descended to the underworld, and then the final gift and stuff like that.
I think the way to teach people the hero's journey is to just give them this little fucking picture. Sorry, I keep cursing, but this little picture. Just take it and go find it in movies. Just go watch a bunch of movies, go read books, look at comics and see. That's what I did. I was like, I thought, where are the turns for my characters? What are the issues that they have? What happened to them? Did they start out in one place and reverse to the other? Did they learn something? Did they lose and make a tragic mistake? Like, and then on top of that, look at if you want the complexity, the thing that a lot of the people that are, think that structure is just silly or something. I don't even know how to characterize them, but I try and apply the hero's journey to reality and see how that goes and see what the difference is between our constructs and what actually happens to people, what isn't taken into account, because then you could probably make an even more interesting, complex story by throwing in things that are usually not accounted for in a logical construct that, you have characters that you want to go and have this happen to them, have this happen to them. Maybe you throw one of those realistic wrenches, like, it's just a bad day. So there's a bunch of black ice on the ground. So a car spins out and one of the characters dies. And you're like, well, I was not expecting that. But maybe that creates a new thread for you to go with. Or if you think that that's going to take you off on a tangent, like Smudcast usually goes on, then maybe you just stick to the plotting that you had before and you make it less creative and you make it more typical and obvious. And then you think about how to change it and make it more unique in the dialogue after the fact. Like, there's so many ways about layering on these structures and stuff. So it's interesting to hear this condescending talk.
We're at 10 minutes,
I think,
and he hasn't actually taught us or explained anything.
I think that Brandon Sanderson
He
actually
explained a little bit of the Freytag triangle, but only as far as to read what was actually on the diagram. Not really explaining what the parts meant or what that actually means in terms of narrative structure, or giving us examples of each of those parts. Nothing. Just read what was on the diagram, and that's the most explanation we've got from anything that he has given us so far. So unless he's going to provide all the explanation of everything he's done at the end of the video, I don't see him explaining anything. He's just pointing out to us that these things exist, which for the most part, I already knew. For the most part.
If he said, you should be using this for that, be like, really? Oh, why is that?
Explain to us why.
Yeah.
How come? What he said? He gave us a article that said a 3-act structure will kill your writing. Okay, well, go to the article and we can see and think over the arguments presented in there. But he didn't do that. He just here's an article with a headline that says this. All right, moving on.
Yeah. I think that Brandon Sanderson actually put it very well in that he was given a book to read by a friend. He talks about this several times in his class, where basically like it starts out like a typical fantasy book, and then it just kind of shifts and turns into a critique of the fantasy book. So the author is basically not appealing to both audiences. Like, somebody who wants a subversion is not going to read the initial part, and then the people who like the typical fantasy journey are not going to like the second half of the book.
All right, let's continue.
hero's journey or monomyth, rather than being the only way a good story can be structured, is a model used to analyze and describe various works of art that fall broadly within the genre of adventure, fantasy, chosen one, or heroic fiction. In short, it's an academic framework which can be used to more easily discuss and talk about works such as ancient mythology and fairy tales, which is why it's called the monomyth. There's a reason why some of the important steps on the hero's journey are called
Not
things like
necessarily
Gift
true.
of the
He called it
Goddess.
the monomyth because it was the one hero. It's the hero of 1,000 faces. All heroes are like Campbell really believed this, that all heroes, whether it was a story from the past, present, or any stories in the future, will follow, any hero who stars in these stories will follow this structure. Like it's just natural. He argued for this.
Yeah,
It's
I would
him
agree with-
being
and I would
like
agree with him.
he's trying to be the ultimate like reductive argument and say reduced down to its minimum. Here's the most general explanation for what heroes go through. It's the
Exactly. That's what he did all his research
feature
for.
and everything. Yeah,
And
and he
there's
was so excited about it too. That's my
he
favorite
loved
thing
it.
about it.
He loved it. He was
Yeah.
so passionate about this, and he had every right to be. Every right to be. He did all the work. He put this together, and it actually does work. It's actually a real thing that happens in stories.
I use it all the time.
Yeah,
I
it's
think about
because it's a human journey. We go through this through our lives, not specifically this journey, but parts of it. At the very least, parts of it. Most of us go through this journey at one point or another, and some parts of another. The thing is, does Lava Chan know what monomyth means?
No, that's the problem.
I don't think he knows.
From what I've heard from explain things, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know what the term monomyth means. He just knows it's another variation of how to say hero's journey.
What he could have
I
done.
think I got monomyth in middle school for a couple weeks.
What he could have done was actually look at stories that are hard to narrow down, because every story will follow the monomyth in some capacity. And that's why you look at period pieces, slice of life, post-westerns, post-eras, where it's like, okay, what's going on with these characters? What do they want? We figure out what they want. You need a story where their emotions or thoughts come out, or else you just be wasting a series of events. You just be wasting everyone's time. But what are those? What's the structure there? It's very hard to follow, because it's just someone going through life and realizing their old way of life is going away, or they have to change to grow up, and it doesn't follow the standard journey template, but it does have elements.
Yeah.
So Lava Chan would say, "Well, look, you're using this improperly. You need a different lens." I'd be like, "Yes, exactly, a different lens, not a different plot structure. That's stupid."
Yes, yeah, it's like. It's so funny when people are searching for. I want a definition for this. But I don't want to come up with it. I want there to be some sort of psychological thing where it's like searching for the outlier so much to prove the majority normality point. You know.
Yes, the reactionaries are all wrong. I have to prove it to them. Here's a list of things they didn't talk about because I don't know. They're talking about ice cream and you're discussing the size of basketballs. Like, Lava Chan? What are you doing? Why are we talking about a sport when we're all discussing ice cream here? It's a strange thing to say.
Get the food analogies, okay? Food is the core of all art.
Supernatural aid and threshold guardian, because most ancient mythology did fall into this exact kind of framework. But regardless, despite its name, the monomyth doesn't necessarily apply to all ancient literature by any stretch, and there are some significant outliers, just as there are today. Try fitting most biblical stories or pulp fiction into it and you may struggle. Oh, and also Joseph...
what struggle? 10 you may? What is...
I can't I can't deduce his enunciation.
Oh, here's where he actually asks, or someone asked Campbell about the women. I think this is it.
Campbell was once asked how female protagonists fit into the hero's journey, and he said that they don't because they are not the hero, they are the goal, the prize at the end of the journey, so I guess he just never considered that some stories might have a female hero. It is definitely possible.
Yeah.
So research said that no, usually male heroes who go through that journey. But again, as we mentioned earlier, you could totally have a female hero go through the hero's journey and work just fine.
Yeah.
I still fail to see how women are not the prize for the men in their life. I mean, that's just isn't that just male thinking?
It's a man's view of the world. Yeah.
But here's what I'm saying is that even if you have a story and it's a female protagonist and she's a lesbian and she's all in charge and all that stuff. There's still going to be a guy out there that could be like, wow, she's a prize. Like that's just how.
Sure, it's not contradictory. It's sort of against nature to have women approach men. It does happen in culture. It happens in Montreal. If you ever want to have a great time in life and maybe traveling, you can go through the embargo finally. Go to Montreal, have a great time, meet some women. They're the best, friendliest people you've ever met for various reasons. But to have a proactive female select a mate on a journey is odd. It's not wrong. It's not unheard of. It's just odd. Like a queen who's looking for a mate. I can see a story like that working classically.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, okay, what kind of, and we can get into this kind of psychology thing, but what kind of woman wants to go and save her man all the time?
Yeah, that's just a useless
and
dude.
Then, on the other hand, somebody could say, well, what do you mean? Why do men always have to save women? I'm like, exactly. It's not normal to have to go and save somebody, right?
I can give you an example of that, right? As soon as you're done.
Go for it. No, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so this is that's exactly one of my main gripes with the transition between the Boys comic book and the Boys Amazon TV show is they made Huey useless. He was absolutely useless in the TV show. So he's
nothing to offer.
Yeah, nothing to offer. I have no idea why Starlight even likes him at all, other than I don't know, he's a quirky guy or whatever. So in the comic, comparatively speaking,
I guess he's
yeah,
nice,
I guess he's a nice guy. That's it. He's just a nice guy. That's it. That's all he delivers to the relationship. That's it. It's very shallow. But in the comic book, so when Huey and Starlight get together, okay, Starlight has gone through a traumatic part of her life. She's been very innocent, very naive, and by the time the Huey and she get together, all of her illusions have been crushed. Like the heroes that she admired turn out to be these hedonistic weirdos who aren't actually heroic at all. They're actually sociopaths. And she's been demeaned, made fun of the entire time that she's there. And she decides to run away and go back to her old life, only to see that drummer boy, the one person that she has still idolized, the person that she sees as a person who is as innocent and righteous as she is. She goes back to their home base, and he's, we'll say, messing around with another girl.
Cheating on her.
Yeah, cheating on her, crushing what little innocence she has left, and so her spirit is broken. And in the book, she's a devout Catholic, she's a devout Christian, all that stuff. She's very innocent, very naive, all that stuff. That's how she's played off. So one by one, all of her preconceived notions, all of her ideas, all of her things that she loved and idolized, it's kind of like a never meet your hero sort of thing, which is really big in The Boys and really big with Garth Ennis if you know his work. But the thing is, by the time she and Huey get together, like fully together, I mean, they meet before, but by the time they become a couple, more or less, everything that she's ever loved, idolized, and believed in has been smashed to pieces. And so Huey is in this kind of a new predicament. He is in New World, New Land. He's from Scotland, like literal Scotland, who has come to America to enter this new world of superheroes. And his illusions are kind of crushed too, but not nearly as bad. The thing is that both characters are in need of different things. So Starlight needs someone to lean on and to tell her that everything's gonna be okay. For someone to be nice to her, for someone to be good to her. This one person to be honest and true and good to her, and that's Huey. And on the other hand, Huey needs someone to replace the not really replace, but to fill the need of his lost girlfriend. Because at the beginning of the comic book, his girlfriend was murdered by what's his name? That fast guy on accident. She gets crushed into a wall in the comic, and so Huey is brokenhearted. He's missing a big chunk of himself because the girlfriend that he wanted to propose to, actually he did propose to, if I remember correctly. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he was about to. But she died. The love of his life was killed in an instant because of an accident by his superhero. Right. And so he's missing something too. And Starlight is definitely missing something. So in the comic book, they complete each other because Huey provides strength and honesty where she wants it, and Starlight provides tenderness and care where he needs it. So in the comic book, they are a couple that provide things to each other. Now in the TV series, Huey provides nothing. Like Starlight is a strong, independent woman. Her views might be altered a little bit, but she's portrayed as a character who can handle it. And she's not really all that devout Christian. She's kind of like one of those people who pretend to be Christian right from the beginning. She's not all that deep into it like she is in the comic book. And all that stuff. So when it comes down to Huey and Starlight, there isn't this relationship where Huey is providing strength to Starlight when she needs it, and she providing tenderness to him when he needs it. It's all one-sided. Starlight is the only member in that relationship that's providing anything of any substance. Huey is just kind of there.
Yeah, one thing, but like in the book that I'm writing, Wrath of the Dragon, like these two half adopted siblings, like they get into a relationship, but it's because the girl is hyper paranoid and she can't trust anybody who's she doesn't know very well. So she latches on to the guy who's she thinks is her half brother, but he's actually her adopted stepbrother.
Yeah,
Like,
so that's pretty good. So they actually complete each other. They give each other something of substance. So if you have if you're running through a hero's journey, it would be really strange to have a woman continue saving a guy who's useless to her. So he had to be strong in and of himself. And so that's I think that's where we're getting. Yeah, you have to give some sort of value. He can't be a useless man. Okay,
that's the thing is that relationship dynamics are not really taken into account with these statements. It's very frustrating to me. Yeah. Like the idea that there's not a difference between the genders is not the same as saying that genders are equal before the law or ethically or what fucking intellectually, like any of that stuff. So like constantly people are trying to justify one side of this thing without trying to explain why any of the characters would actually do the things that they do in those stories. Like that's the reason why Ripley is so loved by people. Everything that she's doing falls into line with what a hero does. It could be said that heroes are potentially masculine, but fitting into what the hero is and then having a relationship with the hero is very specific. So like you would have to point me, and I would love to see this because I'm not like biased. I want to figure this out. Like if there is a female protagonist hero that has a relationship with a guy in the story that is as interesting or as competent or whatever as her. And then likewise on the other side, I would love to see somebody bring up a story about a guy being the hero. And then there's a girl that is also competent and that kind of thing. And I guarantee there's more of those where you can have a range where a woman could be, it's like Indiana Jones. Like she could be really annoying in the second movie and he still wants to bang her. Or she could be really helpful and useful, but what is it, Tsundere or whatever, and like Marion Ravenwood. Or she could be the fucking villain and in the third one and he wants to bang her. Now, women's motivation I don't think is the same as that, because that's just the masculine character in the story getting sex as a prize, like what Campbell's saying, versus a character getting a fulfilling relationship as a prize. Show me the story where the female hero goes to get a man as a prize. I rarely see that. I don't see that.
I think that Mistborn did it relatively well, but the thing is, the reason why that works really well is because the guy Elend is an idealist, and he's different than the other nobles that Vin, the protagonist, is trying to infiltrate.
Well, one of my favorite things, which is a satire, so it doesn't really count, is Venture Brothers, where the relationship between the monarch and Dr. Girlfriend is that the monarch is Dr. Girlfriend loves the monarch because he's like the ideal villain, because of the way he presents himself, because of his passion, because of his attitude, but he lacks the intelligence to put his things together. He's not financially competent. He doesn't come up with good plans. He doesn't really think about what the guild thinks about him, so he could go up in ranking and stuff like that. It's pure passion. She covers for his errors, and what she likes about him is what she hates, is like the opposite of what she hates about the other relationship that she has with the professional villain, who ironically treats her as a prize instead of a partner. So like there's a great subversion, satirical version of that. But to actually write that, I think as a writer, you have to have a pretty good beat on how relationships work, and how many people that write these like SJW type stories or are trying to inject all these agendas in have good relationships with people, whether it's familial, friendship, or romantic. They're usually complaining in fucking news articles about how bad they are at it.
They usually are.
It relates to kind of having characters have weaknesses and strengths that the other person in the relationship covers for.
And if you want to put it this way, look at what look at how the hero's journey is portrayed normally. Like if a male protagonist, the male hero, and the woman as a prize. Now, he's not going after every woman, right? He's going after a specific one usually. Like usually the archetype is the handsome young farmer adventurer wants to win the hand of the fair maiden princess. That's usually how it goes. But the thing is, why did he choose that woman? Because she provides something he wants, something he needs, some value to himself. He's not going after every woman. He's not Johnny Bravo. Okay, he's going after a specific woman that he can fall in love with, or he maybe already has fallen in love with, and that is why he was after her.
It's pretty good that that's like the obvious generic story that we see a lot of, because you have I think a masculine identity aspect as a young person is like not really knowing what's going on and trying to figure things out, and then a very empowered woman is worldly, wise, keyed into all sorts of social events, highly intelligent and perceptive about what people's needs and desires are. But the naive young Percival or whoever comes in with his genuine nature and his goodwill and stuff like that, and it helps to revitalize this sort of gilded cage that the woman finds herself in, whether she's upset because her father's setting her up with the evil prince or whatever, or she's forced to do this or that. The naive, good-hearted man comes in and is like, yeah, I don't give a shit about that. Like, I love you.
Kind of a Aladdin.
Kind of thing. Yeah,
Aladdin and Jasmine.
Aladdin and Jasmine. It's over and over you see that. And what I'm suggesting is that you rarely see in the positive the rich prince. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
going
like,
after
It's usually a Cinderella type story. It's usually like
a Cinderella type story. So is Cinderella a hero? You could say that there's, and I don't know why this doesn't exist, but where is the Campbell equivalent for the female hero?
Right. Usually
that is unique.
Yeah. Again, most stories are masculine in nature just because of guys writing stories most of the time in the past. When we think of women, we think of their roles as women in a society. So they're getting married, they're being in charge of the house, they're having kids. And we can go as far back as the Odyssey with, what's her name? Penelope.
No. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, and her story is all about having fidelity towards her husband. So she's playing the waiting game, waiting and waiting
for a long time.
Yeah,
like 10 years. That's a long time.
Which is pretty heroic, pretty amazing. The conflicts she has to go through. Now, on the flip side of that, we also have a story which I think would have been told whether it was written in the 1800s or not, which was the Scarlet Letter, where you have I can't remember her name, but she was essentially had an affair, and the whole story is all the problems she goes through as a result of that choice. We have fidelity of ancient classic hero's journey story, who's a secondary character. Then you have the infidelity of a main character whose story is primarily about this. I think she has I can't remember the affair with a minister or something like that. She's branded as this person who is ostracized. So these stories are kind of timeless. They're kind of classic for a reason. And you have these archetypes for a reason. It's not to say we can't play around with gender roles, but there's no real need to do that because the lessons therein aren't going to be taught because that's not the roles that women and men have had classically. So,
and how do you know who's a female character is a villain? How do you know they're a villain? Usually they're the seductress, right? As you said, the infidelity versus fidelity thing. Usually, if they have characters based on infidelity, they're very loose or whatever. They're classified as the seductress, the evil, the one. In fact, the temptress. That's what they're called in Hero's Journey, the temptress, trying to deter the hero from his journey. That's usually what happens, and it's even see this in horror films. I mean, who's the last girl archetype? It's usually it's the least there's the most innocent woman. Female character in the story that lives to the end. She might die at the end, but she usually takes the place of last girl.
it kind of functions as like a morality tale. The ones who usually get it the worst are the sluts.
And on that note, Smudboy pointed out how Odysseus' wife is kind of heroic because she remains faithful to her husband for 10 years.
Yeah.
I think that's the same exact reason. Yeah, Penelope. I think it's the same exact reason why comic book readers and Batman the animated series watchers really like Harley Quinn, because she remains faithful to the Joker. Like she is faithful to a fault towards the Joker in her real iterations. Now they have quote unquote emancipated her, and in my opinion have removed the core of her character from her character. But that's why I think that's my philosophy. That's my conjecture as to why so many people like Harley Quinn, is because she has her main aspect is loyalty. Now it's mad loyalty. It's mad love, to quote one of the most famous storylines of her.
Sanity.
But people really enjoy it because of the positive aspect that she does retain a powerful aspect of loyalty. That's why she has so many male fans. That's my conjecture anyway.
Yeah, I think we can talk about this for a while, and it's really a very nuanced topic, but it's basically based on society over the centuries, over the millennia, and we have roles for a reason, we have archetypes for a reason. So if people want to tell stories about females being stronger than men, no problem, go for it. It probably won't resonate as well.
I wrote a book where the lady is built like a tank, and she's like 6'4".
Yeah, great, cool. Okay, we're gonna read a super chat, and this is for Glib.
Yeah.
Looks like you're looking for Otome stories. I have to find out what that subgenre is all about, but thanks again. I will check it out, Bogue. And
he sent me a message on Discord about it.
And he just sent another super chat. Okay, he really wants you to read these stories. Okay, Bogue, Otome recommendations: Holy Grail of Iris. It's Game of Thrones viewed from the side of Noble Lady and Mad Dog Princess, aka Punching Princess. Okay, that's a unique description. Thank you, sir. Let me just write that down.
Going to become
all right
over the course of the next month.
Let's keep going, guys.
To reverse engineer the perfect digestible standard story by using both a 3-act structure and a monomyth to construct a very simple adventure story that hits every single one of the beats at the exact point that the models suggest. And that kind of story definitely has its place, but this isn't the norm. It's not the optimal method for creating stories, discourages creativity in a lot of ways, and if you want to...
I would like to know, what is the optimal method for creating stories, Mr. Sheep in the Box? Can you tell us?
It would help if we probably would have at least gotten a hint towards that if he explained something, but he didn't. We don't.
Everybody has a different way of constructing a story. Everybody is different. Like, I prefer the roadmap version. Stephen King and George R.R. Martin are discovery writers.
Yeah, Sheep in the Box. Be more inclusive, okay? Just be a little bit more inclusive. Stop being so closed-minded and bigoted, okay?
I prefer the alt-right white supremacist story arc.
The Box Day,
reactionary, the Box Day comic,
the Box Day method. That apparently Sheep in the Box reads. He reads Box Day apparently.
Well, he knows the ultimate way of telling a story. We're just waiting for him to tell us.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's going to save all his explanations. It better be now, because he's kind of running out of video.
Now would be good, yeah.
Tell a more complex story or have a more complex narrative than good guy is special, goes on adventure, defeats bad guy, then this model is unlikely to fit very neatly onto your story. And this is without getting into the philosophical implications of a majority of mainstream media.
Okay, whoa, lots of presidents?
Well, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. What did these guys have to do with literary criticism? What is he? What?
Elizabeth the First?
Mother Teresa? Like, what?
Okay, Winston Churchill? Okay.
Chancellor Palpatine once said about writing that...
Chancellor Palpatine, the great philosopher of narrative structure, second only to Aristotle.
Hume and Kant are almost the same in every way.
Hey, come on, you need to reference Hume some more.
They are relatively similar. It's just that they're not the same that Just Right thinks they are.
So what you're saying is from a certain point of view, not.
Einstein.
Not
Einstein
even from a certain point of view.
Is going to teach us literary. Okay, I think we're done with this video. I think. Oh my God,
Albert Einstein.
Let's see what he has to say here. Maybe he has a point. Maybe he's going to bring up some explanations.
I wish that were true, but I know you're wrong. I know you're wrong.
I don't see Gary Stottle on this.
Yeah, you forgot Gary Stottle, Sheep in the Box.
Yeah.
Being about special people who are chosen by fate to do great things, leading to a culture that venerates and wholeheartedly accepts the myth that the world is changed or improved primarily by individuals rather than the collective. We can see this by simply reading the history books. The Second World War was won due to the brave and righteous actions of Winston Churchill, but let's ignore his legacy in India because that might affect the narrative, and his epic mind battle.
Wait. Okay, so I had to pause it because this I understand what he's saying here. It's like that. People write history books in the narrative format with heroes and monomyth and stuff, which is kind of the Campbell's point about the human psyche and archetypes being
the monomyth.
Yeah. So what is his point here going to be? Isn't he just confirming us?
Yeah, he said that the monomyth isn't the only way to write stories. Like, it's called the monomyth. Like it was for. There was because it was believed that there was only one hero that repeated over and over again. It's the hero's 1,000 faces, and yeah, we write history with heroes and icons and things like that because we like heroes and icons.
But then he's also saying like, but ignore what he did in India, and I'm like, well, that which history book are you reading then?
Yeah, like he's talking about the World War II within the context of just the war. After World War II, Churchill was voted out of office because his job was done. People didn't need him anymore, and they wanted someone else.
Right. That's the whole. Oh man, there's so many. Isn't that the King Arthur thing too? Where it's like Robert Baratheon after he wins the war because he's a great warrior is a complacent king because he's really a warrior and not a king.
Exactly.
And then he doesn't take the time to keep an eye on Littlefinger, who is embezzling money out from underneath him.
Also, is Sheep in the Box saying that Hitler went through the hero's journey?
Yeah.
Oh,
another
no, that's
thing
me.
is basically
I say
like
that all the time because
he has Hitler up there. Look, it's right.
Another.
I bet he is. I bet he totally thinks so because he's got everybody up there.
Another kind of thing is like he's very much seems like he's referring to the great man theory. Like I don't know what everybody like thinks, but I do agree that there are certain people in history that seem to be at pivot points in history and that affect the outcome.
Do you mean certain people stood out and then we remembered them because they stood out?
Maybe it's not really
like Alexander the Great. Essentially, yes, but like
they're just by fate. Maybe they did things on their own and they kind of appeared like the fate chose them, but they actually were strong-willed enough, and had the power to do so.
Yeah,
to change.
Yeah, exactly. Like Alexander the Great. I don't know how much Julius Caesar would count in this. For sure, Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan,
Snooki.
Snooki went to the hero's journey. So far, the only thing that I've learned from this video is that Sheep in the Box reads Vox Day and considers Hitler a hero.
That's my favorite interpretation so far.
It's all subjective, isn't it? As Sheep in the Box said.
Yeah.
Okay, this is too weird. Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
With Hitler reducing the conflict down to a couple of world leaders while ignoring the wider context. The British soldiers, codebreakers, spies and so on, and the SS officers committing atrocities were just as, if not more, responsible for the victory of the Allies and the crimes of the Third Reich respectively, but that's rarely how it's framed. This concept of so-called great man history is
there are historians who go into all this stuff. Now, a general populace, they might not want to know the minutiae of the war. They want to know the general, overall, grand sweeping tale of World War II. Now, if you're really interested in this stuff, if you're a historian who's really, really interested in World War II, for example, then you will go into the deeper stuff. But if you're not, then overall, the World War II makes a good story. That's why so many movies are about World War II. There's so many tales copied or inspired by World War II. These things happen because we the general populace understands the overall narrative of World War II, but only really passionate people about history probably know the details, and we go to those people for the answers. Why they're called historians and not historians being just normal, everyday, regular people.
I think.
Well, I just like the idea of trying to tell history without the great men and women. You know what I mean? Like Hitler, for example. How do you tell anything about the 1930s and 40s without mentioning Hitler? Because he's so pivotal in the political landscape. That's the whole reason why World War II was happening, was because people were like, wait a minute, this guy, is he trying to take over the world? What's he doing here?
He's kind of overstepping his bounds a little bit.
He's doing a little too much. But and then there's of course all of the literary critics at the time who were like, we can't let Hitler win because then we'll have to write books about him.
And then Sheep in the Box said that we should, just ignoring all the officers and things who actually did more to win the war than Churchill did. Well, what happened if we focus on those guys? They would become the new icons and heroes of the World War II instead of Churchill and all the other leaders and Hitler and all that stuff. So we're going to have the exact same thing with different faces.
Yeah. How are you going to tell all of those stories at once? You got to boil it down to something, and then most people are interested. In my opinion, this is what I've noticed, is that the most important people in the story are usually the most prevalent people in the story. So Winston Churchill was making a lot of decisions. Obviously, they're going to mention him. That's diplomatic exchanges and executive decisions are all going to be routed through Winston Churchill because that's what he was there for. You know what I mean? It's like, tell me about... I see the exact argument right now on Twitter when it comes to Elon Musk and Tesla. There's like people in the Twitter comments like, Elon Musk didn't make Tesla happen. Think about all the people that made it happen. I'm like, yeah, we get it. But you have to tell everybody's story from the point perspective of the human being that's in the story. So if you want to tell a story about the guy that signed off on the papers for Elon Musk to make Tesla happen, you have to tell me what that story is, because there's already so many bullet points we could take from Musk to make a Tesla story. Well, it's about priorities and what people find interesting.
So Dunn got it right.
People are not going to find the trash guy that took out the trash at Berchtesgaden. That guy's not going to be as interesting as Hitler.
So Dunn was right about talking about the big man, the character from history, because when you saw all these people on the page, you're like, what is he going on about now? Because as I saw it, I thought, oh, Hero with 1,000 Faces, exactly. There's all kinds of heroes, all kinds of characters, and they all have different historical examples that we can draw from to write stories with. So I think Dunn got it right. Anyway.
Where it's like we're always focusing on the pivot points. Like it could be that we focus in on the viewpoint of a person on a pivot point character, like if we're doing like a historical drama, but the issue is there is still going to be a pivot point character. Also, I just noticed this, he repeats two images. You see right next to Abraham Lincoln, Albert Einstein, he reuses the same picture and instead of using something different.
I guess he just ran out of important people or something.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
Is, in my opinion, inherently misleading, and I would argue stems
at least
in part.
Well, your opinion is wrong. Your opinion is just wrong.
It's misleading because Churchill, he did something in India. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You can't spell hero without he. Okay.
Yeah.
It's Shiro, ma'am.
That's just your opinion.
What was that quote from Sharknado 6? I can't remember. It's the dumbest.
Let's go down the list.
The cross-dresser was saying something about something. Oh dear.
Was it when they said that we won't? That's how we're going to win, not by fighting what we hate, but by saving what we love. Was that it?
Yeah, probably.
This is a she-emergency.
Oh God, no, that was it. Oh God,
that's awesome.
She-emergency.
That's so good.
Yeah. Well, I think, Shmud, you would have to go down the list of stupid things in that movie. It's every line in that movie is bad. But yeah, She-Emergency was one of the worst.
What was the best one? That was the black mystery from... oh, God. The black cowboy chick. I can't remember what she said. It was so stupid.
Just a chocolate blast from the past.
Oh, God. No.
Hey, there you go. Oh, it's so bad.
I have a photograph. I have an eidetic memory for stuff like that.
Oh God,
that's great.
from centuries of stories revolving around singular great chosen ones, which in modern times usually means superheroes, with the rest of society unable to effect great change without them, thus reinforcing a belief in ruthless individualism. Everyone wants to be the...
Wait. What the heck is ruthless individualism?
I think that's likely the dog-eat-dog philosophy.
Okay, I've never heard that term
I don't know. He's all over the place. He's like saying, now he's just like, I don't like this. I don't like this thing. This thing can't be real because it's fucked up. Come on.
Yeah.
Hero, and what kind of story involves the people banding together to demand things change? When has that ever helped anyone in fairy tales? Just real life, but who needs that?
Wait. He's never heard of...
What?
He's never heard of war stories? Yeah. He's never heard of Robin Hood? He's never heard of any person starting a war?
King Arthur.
There's always something and somebody in charge of something. It's hierarchies again. It goes back to the Jordan Peterson thing. They hate hierarchies. They want there to be some sort of utopian flat hierarchy where everybody just agrees and gets along. It's very stupid. We lost LiteratureDevil again.
The issue with that is basically that some people just have better skills than others. Like, for instance, Brandon Sanderson, Robert Jordan, and George R. R. Martin are infinitely better writers than Stephanie Meyer. They just have very different audiences.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But, I mean, I think what he's trying to say is the leaders of a story do things because they're the spearhead, whereas there's more character, there's more reasons why victory occurs. It's not just the individual. But it's like, yes, that's true. You need an army to fight a war, but without the guy in charge, you wouldn't have gotten that army.
You need a general, or else it's a mob.
Yeah.
You need a general, or else it's a mob. Like, that's the reason why Rome was able to beat the barbarians over and over again. It was only when they started losing their funding were riddled with corruption that the Roman Empire's military fell apart.
I'm sure he's going to make a statement about the collective good or something next. I'm not sure what. I still don't know what ruthless individualism means.
That's a whole other kind of worms I'll maybe open some other day, but for now, we're done talking about this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
you
God.
know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Libertarianism,
Any
bitch.
right-wing YouTubers who think that they're really cool and badass with their incredibly cringe-worthy personas and dramatic voices are watching this video, which, considering how thin-skinned they are...
Glib, stop being so
Yeah,
dramatic.
boy.
What's wrong with you? Why do you do that? Can't you be, like,
I have
boring?
a Gadsden. I fly my Gadsden flag behind me when I'm sitting at the computer next to my American flag. So deal with it, commie.
How did we get into this? How did we go from writing to whatever this is? I'm not sure.
Right-wing-isms.
Vote Ron Paul, 2008.
Oh, cool. You should use these story forms, and when you look at Marvel movies. By the way, there's this thing called whatever this flag is. I don't know.
Hey, you know what's funny about Lava Chan? No matter if he's on the right or the left, he's still an authoritarian and hates individuals. Maybe you need to get some self-esteem there, buddy, and stop depending on the collective for your individual pride.
All right, I don't know where we're going with this one, but we're done. So let's just see what he has to say.
And have demonstrated themselves to be on multiple occasions, I would invite you to consume a wider variety of media, do some reading up on concepts like dramatic structure and models designed for media analysis. And
Son, we've been doing this for 20 years, or at least I have. Which books have you been reading? I'll read those. Tell you what.
Yeah, I've been writing for 10 years, so I'm interested in seeing, and I'm interested in learning more and improving my craft.
Yeah, I don't think we've learned anything from this video aside from some obscure Japanese references to story flow. I don't know. I wouldn't even call that structure. Maybe dramatic structure, but I don't even know what half of them were.
It's basically been a series of statements and no exploration of said statements. It's just been a fire hose of stuff.
Just keep slandering. Keep on just like coming up with random stuff and the intellectual.
This is random to me. What's this flag about? He just jumped onto it. Like, what are you talking about?
I love that his right wing characterization is still like to me, libertarianism is pretty centrist. You can be a left-wing libertarian, right-wing libertarian. It's kind of a meme politic because it would never work. Like minarchism does not have the big umbrella politics numbers to ever actually take power. It's just a principle ethics set that's fun to play with. It's important foundational ideas about individual liberty and stuff, and that's his idea of right-wing. He's not going to come out and be like, you know, when was the last time that one of these guys came out and said, like, you know, what is it, Quadrenew or whatever was influencing modern politics or something. It's always like the alt-right is just a bunch of Hitlerites and KKK members, whatever's convenient. They never actually go after anybody that is a philosopher of the right wing. Like, I'd love to see his take on Evola. How has Julius Evola's writing affected literature?
I would like to
that.
see
Just never going to get that.
Any SJW take on Bastiat or any of the conceptions of law, and see what the hell they have to say.
Oh yeah,
I'd love to see that.
I'd love to see Vauch's review of Plato's Republic.
And be like,
God,
I'd love to see that. That would
never
be
happen.
Hilarious.
And what's funny is that I know that would be a big seller, and that would get a big crowd. And I know that like there are like monetization ways to go about doing this, but that's capitalism, right? Like finding the audience and then making a profit off of that. Those two things being in harmony with each other are evil, and I think that's hilarious because it's basically like if I have a mind for something that people want to buy into, it means it's popular. Ethically and morally, you know, whatever that is. It could be a drug or it could be an uplifting dance. I don't know what it is, but the idea that that's bad and all these things are right wing or something is just never ending hilarity to me in the cringe way.
Yeah,
it's like
nobody is created equal. Everybody has specific talents. Like, I am passably good at cooking, but I'm really good at writing. But that's because I've honed that talent at the expense of most other things in my life. I'm also not very good at sports. Like, if I were, like, Serena Williams, like, she is a lady, and she is extremely good at tennis. If I went up into a tennis game, I have no illusions that I would stand a chance.
But yeah, so anyway, that flag, Smud, just in case you do, I'm not sure if you're aware. It's like it represents the Libertarian Party here, and it has to do with the American Revolution.
I got
so
you.
that's why it's like the right wing here is like it's not right wing. It's if you're the kind of person where it's like 1776 or something, and you have that same personality type, you have that ethnic background or something, nationalism, where you believe in the principles of the founding fathers, even though there's flaws and that kind of thing, and individualism is above all. That's your flag that you fly. But because you're that, you don't have a lot of political power in America because most of the politics is centered around personality.
Another issue
is fucking WWE.
Another problem with that line of thinking is the fact that most of the people who were rebelling against the crown were the rich people.
Well, I think that it was. Whatever the details of that were, when I actually look into the history of it, I still see the same principle set. Like the idea of a private military that rich people could have that was not like, okay, so Battle of Bunker Hill, I know we're getting off topic, but just as a quick aside, all the weapons were owned by the rich guys as far as the heavy weapons went, because they were the only ones that could afford it. But then they handed it out to the entire militia, and the militia consisted of all the people. To me, that encompasses all of the ideals of the American independent spirit and all that stuff, and it worked out.
I would agree.
So like,
I would agree.
Amoral is where a lot of the ethical arguments in libertarianism are, because it's an argument, and that's why I like it. It's like, well, where do your rights end? Where do your rights begin? That's more interesting than like, I think that we need healthcare for everybody, and how are we going to pay for it? Because it's like, fuck if I know how that's going to work out. That's a huge math problem.
Yeah. Anyway. What can you do?
Anyway, we ventured
in this video.
Yeah, we ventured into politics. I don't know how, but we did. So let's just keep going.
Yeah,
I guess because he brought
really
up the
weird.
"Don't tread on me" flag.
Yeah,
I love that. I have that flag. I love it. It's so fun.
It's a great flag. I like it.
Above all, stop fucking using Star Wars as your benchmark for what storytelling can or should be. Open your mind to new and different things, and I promise you, your ability to accurately critique.
Last Jedi is terrible. Last Jedi is just terrible altogether. But I've never heard anyone say that the way Star Wars writes a story is the way anyone writes a story.
I think we reference The Last Jedi all the time because it's so bad and there's so much to learn. That's pretty much why we do it.
It's the classic example of you have a theme and you are so bad at executing the theme that it renders your theme meaningless. Like you state the theme and then like nobody like the only person that like fails is Finn. Like Rey succeeds at pretty much everything. Like everything turns out good because of Rey. Nothing turns out good because Poe is literally doing the right thing over and over again. But the problem is he just keeps getting crapped on.
We're going to keep talking about Star Wars till there's nothing left. We're just going to keep doing it because there's so much to derive from it. And it's not because it's a good film or a good series. It's because what it's become has become an atrocity of what it should have become or what it came from. So we're not using it just because it's bad. It's popular. People like talking about it. We can relate to them easier. We have horrible examples of storytelling like the Mary Sue, one of the worst literary devices you can use. It's a big franchise. It's broken down to 3 parts per turn.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of lessons to learn. And
I think he's mad that we keep using the hero's journey, and he's thinking that is a structure. It's not.
Yeah.
It's you can use a freight tax triangle. You can use a Kisho Kentetsu model. You can do either Western or Eastern models and still have the hero's journey. It's completely, totally possible.
Use a 5-act structure, an Odyssey structure, roadmap structure, whatever you want to do. Just understand what you're doing. And the main problem with the sequel abilities is the lack of planning. It is an example of how the lack of planning destroys this. A story.
Marvel movies for 5 hours at a time will improve, and you can introduce different frameworks into your analysis and actually look like you have a fucking clue.
What framework analysis, sir, should we be using? Please tell us into our 5-hour analysis. Great.
Obviously, the one where we just explain nothing and then just insult people the whole time. That's the framework we should be using.
What framework do we need? Just tell us which one. You don't just list them and go, okay, it's a 3rd act, 5-act, 2-act. Like, no, what does that mean? What lens?
I think
is
Lava
that?
Chan needs a structure or something. He needs a 3-act structure. He just went to. It was all first act. It was all act 1. This whole video was just act 1.
Premise. He needs a body. He needs some conclusion. I don't think he passed essay writing in grade school. So.
Yeah, I think he just did the introduction here. This act 1. He just kept throwing things at us, and then there was no like in between here. There was no like, here's the explanation of all these things, and then here's my conclusion. It's just here's a bunch of things that exist. You're wrong.
What you're talking about in your video, in which you whine about SJWs ruining Hollywood for the 57th fucking time this month, because it's still 2016 apparently.
You're saying that
because they never stop.
No.
Here's the thing:
No.
if you could get SJWs to stop ruining things in Hollywood, we'll stop talking about them. Okay?
My
when was
issue
the last
that I
time
go
that we
with-
could be like, we'd be like, hey, that SJW thing, it really changed my mind. That was pretty good. They did a really good job with that. It looked like they had a lot of care for it. They put a lot of money and effort into all the production. And it was well written. Like, no, nobody ever says that because nobody ever focuses on that. It's always about, oh, did you know this is the first movie with an Asian baseball player in it?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
No good writing or anything like that. Just okay. Here's the identity politics we're going to push forward, and everything else is going to be we can skip on it. So Lava Chan, if you wanted to stop talking about how SJWs are ruining Hollywood, which they currently are, get them to stop doing it, and we'll stop talking about them.
My problem is not necessarily my problem is not necessarily SJWs ruining Hollywood. It is incompetent people are ruining Hollywood. They just happen to be SJWs.
Yeah, social justice makes you incompetent. I've seen this happen. People, there are good writers, people who actually wrote good stories, and then they became social justice, and then they started losing their talents. So social justice, I've seen actively, empirically, it makes you horrible. It makes you incompetent. So get the SJWs out of Hollywood, we'll get a vast improvement, probably almost immediately.
Yeah, I would concur with that. Like, just like people who don't really have a firm stance on like, or at least like have good writing skills and good critical thinking skills and have plan things out and know what they're doing. I'd be okay with that. I honestly would be fine. Like if they put politics in, fine. Just have a well-written story around said politics. And actually know the subject matter you're talking about. Unlike Stephanie Meyer, who doesn't know how abortion works and decides to put it in a book without understanding that is a serious topic.
Oh, looks like Lava Chan is finished. It says Finn.
Lovely. We have defeated him.
Let's see this clip. I don't know what this clip is from, but I want to watch it.
Check it out.
Humans need fantasies to make life bearable.
No. Humans need fantasy to
Oh, I know what this is from. This is the Hogfather.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah,
to
it's
be
Terry
the
Pratchett.
place where the falling angel meets the rising ape.
With tooth fairies, hogfathers.
Yes. That's practice. You have to start out learning to believe the little lies.
So we can believe the big ones.
Okay, I don't know where he's getting with this.
I don't agree with that.
Let's read a super chat from
I think you have to start.
He says, Rocks, thank you, sir. I think all these TLJ and Disney Star Wars people didn't grow up with Star Wars, so they are so flippant with quality, but defend personal resonance vehemently. I don't know. It's hard to describe these people. I really don't know.
That's what I've said over and over again. These people were not actual Star Wars fans. These people were not actual Star Wars fans. They never were. They just got into the fandom recently only to support the Disney sequels because they're social justice. You can tell by how they act and how willingly and willfully they demonize the original trilogy and the prequels. They were never fans. What they tend to do is do the Anita Sarkeesian method. They pretend to be the things that they want to destroy. Anita Sarkeesian pretended to be a gamer. She wasn't. She provably wasn't. These people tend to disguise themselves as Star Wars fans, Star Trek fans, so they can be very vocal. And because when you look at them, when you look at their philosophy, what they say and what they do, it's very peculiar that they would be fans because they essentially say, "I'm a fan of Star Wars. Just please change everything about it." And I'm a fan of Star Trek. Just please change everything about it. It continues over and over again.
Like how Brian Johnson said that he doesn't like the fact that there's a lot of divine right of kings in Star Wars in a couple of interviews that he had.
Well, then he shouldn't write Star Wars. That's pretty intricate of Star Wars. Pretty indicative of Star Wars.
Yeah.
The strange thing is, though, Lava Chan is arguing that
it's not actually.
We're talking about Star Wars too much. Like we're doing it too much.
What are you saying, Smud Boy?
I'm trying to say that Lava Chan thinks that we are doing something too much, which is watching Star Wars and critiquing it so much, and that we're doing it wrong. Which it sounds as if he's just jealous, or he doesn't like argument ad nauseum, that he thinks we're doing something wrong, like we just keep repeating ourselves, that eventually it'll be true. We're not doing that. We're just pointing out the flaws. And all you have to do is critique every single one of the flaws we bring up and counter them. That's all you got to do. So
another problem is that they keep bringing up the same arguments over and over and over again to claim that this movie is good. Some of them are insane, like Major Lee, and just bring up random stuff, or Movie Bob. But a lot of their phrases are very similar.
There's still a minute and 51 seconds left in this video. Is that minute and 51 seconds where he's going to shove all the explanation he's supposed to be doing?
I think it's pretty definitive at this point that if the video is like 10 to 15 minutes long and it's supposed to be some sort of like substantive argument or lesson or something, then it's just not going to be there.
He has something at the end.
It's physically impossible.
That's 1 minute. I just skipped ahead because I don't know what the scene is relevant, but we're just gonna get to his actual content because this is ridiculous.
Can they become?
Hello everyone, that was, as I said, a much shorter one. I just had to get that off my chest, really. I may do another video about this with regards to film theory and film analysis, but this is just...
This is the guy you want to listen to film theory and film analysis. This is the man. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, who basically makes a series of unqualified statements.
The guy who explains nothing. I think I think there might be an audience for that.
He who explains and knows nothing.
And ruthless individualism and libertarianism is bad, and heroes are bad, and the collective group
Didn't
should win.
Steve Shives say the same thing, that like independent liberty is a bad thing? It's a right wing thing.
Right.
Well, and Steve Shives is blind. Right wing and
individual
bad
liberties.
Individual liberty. That's it. he said individual liberty is right wing and therefore bad because everything right wing is bad in
Yeah.
Shive's mind.
Just like the libertarian thing here, where it's like the Gadsden flag. It's like everybody knows that the what is it? The non-aggression thing. What is it? The non-aggression principle.
Yeah.
The anarcho-capitalist like extreme meme version of it, and the libertarian kind of conservative version of it, the center version of it. It's like essentially the political statement is get off my lawn. That's like what it means. It's like get off. I have property. I have the right to do this. Don't tell me what to do, and I won't mess with you. Whatever the stupid Randian, the objectivist version where you have no one has the right to. Everybody is on this planet to search for their own happiness, and no one has the right to stop somebody else from doing it. Like very basic statements that would just lead to an ethical life if everybody did it. Somehow those things are right wing and wrong. Like, no, you're justifying the reason why I can't redistribute wealth from, the Marxist point of view. Like, obviously we're going to be evil if we think, get off my property. Don't tell me what to do with my life. I want to do this. It's going to be a problem with them because they want us to do their thing, which I don't want to do.
It's just strange we went from literary criticism to now talking about politics. It's like, geez, thanks, Lava Chan.
Well, these are the people that say everything's politics. So everything.
Yeah.
Well, he said it's CHUD Film School, so it's supposed to be for our. He considers us to be CHUDs. He considers
I guess I have to go eat people now.
Reactionaries.
I can't really be a CHUD unless I go eat people because I'm supposed to be cannibal too, or something like that.
You got to live underground, and you have to have really bad prosthetics. And then,
I guess I can technically live underground. If you call hell underground, is that still a thing? If people believe hell is underground,
I think that counts. Yeah, as long as it's not a hollow, flat Earth or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and then I have to eat people. Okay, I have to start eating people. I guess I do like Hannibal, so I guess does that count already? Do I actually have to eat people?
Are you saying media influences you? Oh,
this is crazy. Unless he's going to explain something, all the points that he's made, I'm still waiting for him to tell us how Mahler is wrong and Jenny Nicholson is right. He made that assertion very early in the video, never went back to it. Still waiting for that explanation.
Skulls, so I thought I'd just get my thoughts out there on the subject. Anyway, this is a much shorter video. However, as always, as promised, I do just want to thank my patrons.
People give this guy money. I think they do it for fun or jokes, or they're just rich and stupid. I have no idea.
Another video where he explains nothing and just does it to insult everybody that he disagrees with. Fantastic. Don't try to debunk anything. Just list a bunch of things that exist and call us wrong and chuds and whatever.
Yeah, great. Here's a super chat from Aces Rocks. Also cover more anime stuff for variety. I really am not aware of anime. I'm a manga guy. I have no idea what's hot these days in anime. So you'd have to give us some real golden series for us to watch. So.
Also, I thought of I think we're done with this. He explained nothing. That's what I thought he was going to do or not do. And he just listed a bunch of things, made an emotion from argument from emotion. He made an argument from emotion towards emotion. Nothing substantial, nothing objective, nothing to actually deliver an argument from. He's listed a bunch of things, called us evil and wrong and whatever. But on that note, I did think of something I remember that it might be a hero's journey somewhat, or might be turned into a hero's journey that involved a female character as the lead. Have you ever seen Quick and the Dead? That movie, Quick and the Dead?
No.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen that.
And it's a female protagonist, and she goes on a revenge quest to avenge the death of her father. And she goes from a little girl to gunslinger, and she has to fight her way through a contest of gunslinging. So there's a contest that happens every year or something like that in the town. And the winner gets a big prize. But the winner is always the judge, played by Gene Hackman. He's not a judge; he's the owner of the town, and he really, really owns the town. And the reason why he holds the contest is so all of his enemies face him face to face instead of trying to stab him.
No,
and
I
that's
forgot
usually what
about
happens.
this movie. This is with Leonardo DiCaprio and Sharon Stone. Yeah, this is Sam Raimi.
I think that's actually one of Russell Crowe's first movie, if not his exact first movie in the United States.
That's
I think so.
Great. I'm gonna watch that. That sounds awesome.
But it's a great movie. I loved it. But the thing is, I could see how a female character could run through the hero's journey, and instead of having a man as a prize, she could be having revenge as a prize, or getting her father back. She could have her, her father has been captured. That way, we have value, because even in the hero's journey, where it follows a man, even if it's a woman as a prize, the woman offers value to the man in that scenario, because he's not going after every woman, as I said earlier. He's going after a specific woman he wants as a prize, because she gives value to him specifically. So when you have for example, a woman in the lead in a hero's journey, it could be her dad. Her dad might have gotten kidnapped, and the father has value to her because he's the teacher. He's the one that she idolizes. And so we could see and empathize with her, why she would want to get him back and get him before he gets killed or whatever. And so it could be in any multiple scenarios. For example, her dad could be a famous gunslinger who got captured by a gang that overpowered him. He could be a superhero. He could be a commando. It doesn't really matter, as long as he has value or provides value to her that we can identify. And then she goes after that, and she gets him back at the very end, or he dies at the very end, and she gets revenge, whatever happens. But she gets stronger as the journey goes on, which is the point of the journey itself.
So there are plenty of examples of women as heroes or secondary characters in stories that do have their own arc. This is very common in writing, male or female, young or old. So not a big thing. Happens in stories, in literature all the time. So there's all these examples. I mean, I could talk about Russian literature. There's all sorts of famous stories from there. But I think we're done for the evening. I think that was pretty good, guys. We sat it all through 4 hours. That's a lot. So thanks for your time. Thanks for.
Fortunately, we have to split this up into two, so we hit it all in one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably could have, but you know what? It wasn't that bad. Kind of a silly thing, but we expect the same from Lava Chan. It's kind of a lot of hot air.
Sheep in the box. He's just easy mode. Like, there's nothing to sift through or debunk or anything like that. No long word salad, movie Bob style word salads to tear through and break down to see what he actually said. None of that. Just a straightforward vernacular. Just nothing. It's a bunch of nothing given to us in words that we can easily decipher.
Yes, thank you for tuning into the CHUDcast.
The CHUDcast.
The CHUDcast.
Glib Facsimile. Literally Hitler.
Literally Hitler.
Lord Commissar Dunn, and of course Chud Boy himself.
Chud Boy. Chud Boy.
Thank you for thank you for the slippery slope for joining us as we go down the rabbit hole towards alt-right as we are building our new Reich. That's what these people think we're doing, right? Instead of going over some sort of literature and trying to improve our craft and have fun with friends. But
we're going to build the new Reich that's going to dominate the world by critiquing a Space Wizards movie. Yes, the final plan.
It's genius. We're trying to make our way as writers and as creatives, and they think that we're some sort of, I don't know, political idealists.
Yeah.
Political idealists.
No, I'm a story idealist. Thank you. I don't care about politics.
Yeah. So it was good. Thank you again for having me on, as always, Smud. This is so much fun and great talking to you guys. Thank you, chat, for tuning in.
One more super chat.
Trust an esteemed colleague.
Oh, yes. Cool. Thank you. One more super chat. We'll call it a night. One Punch Man movie. You'll cover that, right? I didn't know there was one. I had no idea they made a movie.
I didn't hear about a movie with the show.
Oh,
I might review
amazing.
the show. I love the show. I don't know shit about a movie. Are they making some sort of live action movie or something?
They're making a Netflix version of it. Netflix live action.
That's amazing. Well,
so everyone's going to be different races and genders and all.
Yeah, for sure.
One Punch Lady.
It's going to be One Punch Man.
So thanks, guys, for the stream. We appreciate your time and all your attention you give us. If you have any suggestions or recommendations that we should cover on the next Smudcast, join the Discord, go to the suggestions channel, leave whatever you like in that, whether it be a blog post or a YouTube video. We'll be happy to say whether or not we can do it. And that's that. Have yourself a great night.